All right, everyone. Third time's a charm. I had to get rid of some energies. Like I said in the last, if for whoever was watching, like I said when they started messing with the stream, I warned you all. I said they're gonna start messing with the stream because I'm starting to talk about the blood and the real mysteries of blood magic and things like that. And also, Matrix Master was being blasphemous. So, I, let go and let go and let God, but I'm not gonna let YouTube stop the progress. So thank you all for bearing with me. Please feel free to ask any questions. And the previous hour that I did, I'm just gonna post on another feed. I'm just gonna have to re-upload it and re-record it because there was a lot of good information. But continuing with what I was talking about being covered with the blood and blood rights. Like I mentioned, understanding that, accepting Christ, understanding, Christ being the ancestor essentially that grafted in Gentiles, meaning people who were not only not African, but people who were not Hebrew Israelites specifically. And then just kind of talking about the blood being alive, the Creole culture hating Black women and being about women, white women or white Native American women who hate Black women, who and hate the Black woman's root work, and who intentionally do blood magic to keep Black men, to get Black men, and why, tracing back to the transatlantic slave trade, all the racial mixing going on, and therefore the spiritual mixing that created voodoo, not Vodun, or the traditions of Ifa, of the Dogons, or the Yoruban tribe, and um not that real root work, those African mysteries, but voodoo, spelled Voodoo, which is a different spelling of Vudu, which is more of a Haitian etymology. But doing the voodoo, the American voodoo, a lot of that is about, or was about, white women keeping a spell over the Black men and keeping, to keep the Black men inferior on behalf of the white man's supremacy, and understanding the formula, understanding that the blood is always alive. So whatever you do with your blood, sending it out, transfusions, blood work, the reason that stuff works is because your blood is still alive even though it's outside of your body. um Now the woman's menstrual blood, which is typically what a woman may use to possess a man, a woman's menstrual blood represents death. um and it represents death in the womb, that the egg was unfertilized, so to speak, and it deals with the powers of Yansan. And again, when you take white supremacy, turning the Black race into a zombie through slavery, and you take that added effect of white men almost recruiting white women, or utilizing them, even pimping them out sometimes in some ways, to control the Black men, or allowing the white women to have control over the Black men and control the romantic narratives, so as to keep the Black woman subjugated, because the status of the woman represents the status of a race. So if you see a bunch of Black women elevated with white men and in prominent positions, you're implying that the Black woman is truly the status of beauty, and that would naturally imply that the Black man is supreme. But when you see white women with every race of men as the status symbol of beauty and social status, and wealth and things like that, then implication is that the white man is superior because his woman is superior and his woman is the most desired. Um, so it's important to understand the history of the use of blood and making a zombie or taking away someone's free will is what you call a zombie. And in voodoo, you take away someone's free will, you're making a zombie. But remember, voodoo belonged to the Hebrew Israelites. So when you take other pagan traditions that do this against the Black race, you're getting the occult science that enslaved the Black race, or that to this day uses white supremacy to keep Black people down. And the formula for white supremacy and interracial dating is Black men with white women. Why? Because matriarchy means that your mother determines your race, not your father. That's what matriarchy is. And the African culture is a matriarchal race because the Black woman determines the status of the child, meaning the Black woman determines the race. The Black woman holds that power to bestow that genetic superiority, not the man. The man's egg, the man's sperm is alive, but he brings it to life or kills it by where he puts it. So the formula for white supremacy is Black men injecting his life into the dead race, or into the woman who represents his death, the white woman. She can take that in the context of white supremacy, not in the context of the rare phenomenon that a Black person and a white person fall in love. We're talking about slavery, white supremacy here. Black man takes his genetic superiority, injects it into the white woman who represents his death or represents his slavery, because she's the woman with the slave master, and he represents the slave. So you're empowering your master by empowering his woman. All right. The mother being Jewish or Hebrew determines if the child is. We have this nonsense of one drop of Black blood makes you Black and blah, 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 blah. That's an occult science tactic to get people confused about race and genetics and everything. When the reality of it is it boils down to the race of the mother. So the formula for white supremacy in this context of creating a zombie out of another race is let the generation come through the womb of the slave master, not the womb of the slave. The formula, so to speak, for Black revolution is the Black man and the Black woman. Not the Black woman taking in the white man, which it again can create revolution and can create a Black child. But what's really under attack is the Black man being with the Black woman, because we know that a Black woman has the ability to nurture. But we're not dealing with this formula in the context of blood magic and love magic. So again, I'm speaking to this to the spirit of certain of sisters and why Black women who have power, who may be attracted or who may have an inclination to use root work or magic or witchcraft or voodoo for love, to kind of first and foremost understand the practical situation that the Black woman is in. The practical situation that the Black woman is in is the Black man is no longer widely, for the most part in America, eligible for the Black woman. And I wouldn't be responsible if I wouldn't give you a spiritual understanding and history behind this sister's situation from how I see it. The Black woman is dealing with a nation where our men have been castrated. Our men are widely inferior in a lot of ways. And our men see women of other races or women who are racially ambiguous, who can pass as not Black, not African, I'm mixed, I'm something better than a Black woman, I'm better than a slave. Okay. Those are the women that Black men are widely programmed to go after, whether or not he is genuinely sexually attracted to the women of his race or to a woman who looks like him or his mother. So, you know, what we're dealing with is a situation. Yes, Europe at one time, Peace Falcon Europe at one time was matriarchal, but when the Indo-European invasions happened, we changed to a patriarchy. Well, that's precisely what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the context of white supremacy versus, because white is a color, like Black. Talking about the spirits of white supremacy or Luciferian agendas or satanic agendas of creating slaves out of humanity, creating zombies out of a whole race or a whole nation. We're talking about that. And again, the fact that when you get back to ancient times, the woman was valued in a very different way, that the New World Order or satanic agendas had to erase the importance and significance and the respect for the woman. Just like in the Council of Nicaea, 325 AD, where we where we have the modern Bible that we now have the translations of, that was comprised of the texts that were decreed and determined by this council, that was known to take away a lot of the African spirituality or the voodoo mysteries in the Bible, as well as a lot of the feminine principles that brought balance to what the Bible says. Which is why in the last stream, Matrix Master was making some comments about me not reading the scripture and everything. But I talk about the Bible, especially for people who aren't initiated and things like that. But Vodun is a oral tradition. And that's why I had to get off that stream, because that person was the energies are trying to take it a little to a different tangent when the mysteries are oral tradition. So the Bible has its place too, but in the oracle consultation, I orate. It's a spoken tradition, not a written one. And what we're talking about is in the context of creating zombies. What I talked about in slavery, the formula where your mother determines your race, determines your bloodline. Okay. So there's, in talking about the Creole culture that was heavily in conflict with Black men and Black women, in the Creole culture coming from white women using blood magic, menstrual spells on the Black men, tracing back to slavery, where that racial mixing, spiritual mixing, and the creation of modern Americanized Vodun, which is essentially the whitewashed, appropriated versions of African mysteries, appropriated for the slave masters to use against the slaves. That's what all that Louisiana stuff is about. And that's why I warn people about getting involved in that arena and going to Louisiana and going, in order to get that stuff, because a lot of Louisiana is heavily corrupted with white supremacy or satanic influence. Because remember, the Hebrew Israelites were practicing voodoo that was dealing with the Most High, the source. Whereas the other pagan nations around, they were sacrificing their children. They were sacrificing, they were doing other things to other different deities. They had idols too. The Hebrew Israelites had no idols. Okay. You know, so we got to understand the purity of a Holy Spirit, pure bloodline, and pure ancestral energies, meaning from your ancestral culture, and you understand the wisdom of your ancestral culture, and you understand what when I did this spell, what is the results? What is the ancestral lesson in the results that I'm receiving? What is the lesson for me? Or did I petition something to get something and I feel like the spell backfired, like the sister said? I feel like the spell backfired, but maybe it didn't backfire. Maybe it's instead of giving you what you want, helping you see what you need. And that's why I said doing some intuition spells and things like that before you try and take away one's free will or control your partner or your object of affection. Figure out, is this best for me? Is this something that I should want? What's going on with me? What do I really need? Because a lot of times what we need to fill a void is not a relationship that can turn out toxic or us being attracted to a toxic person, but us figuring out, where did this trauma start and what do I really need to heal? Maybe a year of celibacy is what you need to heal. Maybe, getting a career that's more about your purpose in life and not feeling so stuck in a job where you're looking for some type of relief outside of yourself that turns out in looking for a relationship, instead of you need to be looking for another job where your life is more fulfilling and you're not looking for someone outside of yourself for quick fulfillment. These are just examples of some things that you might avoid if you do intuition spells to figure out what's really going on and is this best before you bind yourself to someone through blood magic. And when I say bind yourself, you bind yourself when you have sex with someone, any type of sexual act or intercourse. But of course, the deeper the act, the more of the bond, of course. But when you have sex with someone, you're binding yourself to that person. You make a soul tie. So when you as a woman, when you're doing menstrual magic, there's still a spell over Black men in America, is what I'm trying to say. And it's globalized and it's seeped over. So if you're a Black woman who has true root work and you're doing root work to get a Black man, a lot of sisters, you got to understand, you're already fighting a spell that's over Black men from slavery. So you have to get through that layer if that man is Black, especially if he's of a certain skin color and he's not treating you right and this and that. If you feel like you got to go to another source to keep this man, he's Black, most likely he's just succumbing to the spell that's being empowered with all this media and all this Black Lives Matter and all this other stuff, getting us back into a sense of slavery and Black inferiority. Sisters, understand that if you're dealing with a Black man in America, he's already cursed. And if you're not a Christian, if you notice what type of women have the best Black men in America? Women who are Christian. And I'm not just talking about any old going to church. I'm talking about women who are truly, devoted and living in a certain way. There's YouTube channels where, what I'm saying, there's certain Sister Deborah from The Watchmen. I watch her channels, but she's obviously married to a man who's faithful to her and taking care of the family, and they're Black, dark skinned. I don't want to say too many channels because I don't know the live feed be going on, but I listen to Pastor Dowell too, and we don't see his wife too much. But from what I can see, and things could be iffy, but from what I can see, the most important thing is that this is a married man married to a Black woman who's faithful, who's doing what he can to take care of his family. These are people who are devoted, and even the Fullerton informer, you know what I'm saying, a person who talks about the importance of family, the conservative Mexican, another Christian who talks about the importance of family, Jericho Green, another conservative, from California, who talks about the importance of family. What and all I'm saying is, usually when a person has conservative values, they tend to have Christian values in America. And what I see is not people who devoutly go to church. I'm not talking about church. I'm talking about Christianity, the way you live, the way you decide to live, how you live. What I can see in terms of America, not just on YouTube, just out in public, is the Black women, the dark-skinned Black women who are in the most successful marriages. They're not the sexiest sisters. You know what I'm saying? They're the women who are Christians. They're the women who have dedicated their life to God, and who are in an environment where the men are doing the same thing. Do all Christian women have faithful husbands? No. I just watched a video of a Black pastor who did a whole upload about apologizing to his wife and his congregation for the different ways he was led astray and failed. So it doesn't mean it's perfect, but in my oracle consultation, talking to sisters, the first thing I want to warn you, sisters, if you're doing spells and you're using blood spells, it's involving romance or a man, a Black man at that, you got to understand there is a spell over Black men in America. They are under supremacy. Not European supremacy, white supremacy, meaning they are under the New World Order. They are under the Satanic Order. These Black men, especially in America. So a lot of these men don't have the ability to truly and freely love a Black woman. They are zombies. And as much as he may try to and everything, and sisters, if you feel like you need to go to do magic, it's because that man is already under a spell and you're trying to break it. And I want to warn you all, you're not, if you can do things to get a man or attract a man, to make your love life spicy, to make the sex better, to blah 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 blah, but if this man is under the spell that I'm talking about, that these Creoles and these Satanists have had over the Black man since slavery, and the things that happened to the Black man on American, North and South American soil, in order to keep the Black race here controlled, because we bred so much and became the majority, that they needed to figure out a way to control the free slaves after abolishment, and to keep these buck slaves that were bred for labor mentally destroyed, so they don't use their physical superiority against the masters who needed them for labor, but didn't want them to think for themselves. That was occult science that was used. So the Creole race is a living testament of the spell put over Black men. And I hate to say it because I don't want to sound like I'm talking about all Creole people. There are several Creole people. I've learned from Creole people about these very things, because some were willing to expose the colorism in their heritage. But it is what it is. This is why people to this day, talking about Kamala Harris being perceived as a Black woman. Well, she looks Creole, but she's really just a Native American. She's really just an Indian or whatever. So this is what I'm talking about Black women, and being pushed out and pushed aside, because you, Black woman, black man is public enemy number one, but you are private enemy number one, meaning spiritually, in the context of what's happening in America with slavery, the black woman is the biggest threat because your womb determines the race. And as long as black men are no longer breeding with black women, they're giving our power and our root work away to not just the white European. We're not talking about Europeans. We're talking about white supremacy and the people under in the satanic New World Order. That's why, just like Falcon, you were saying, that's why I know Europeans, because a lot of people don't know, through where I grew up and through my line of work, I meet all types of foreigners a lot. So when I talk about these things, I don't have to be rich enough to travel all over the world. People from other cultures, nations, and ancestors have come to me. So I know for a fact that Europeans don't consider themselves white. Widely. Now you may get the Western Europeans and with the UE, blah blah blah, the new stuff. But definitely not no Eastern European. Hell no. They don't consider themselves white. Okay. And so this is why I want to differentiate when we talk about Europe and Africa and we talk about the continents and ethnicity versus white supremacy taking a color and those who identify with that color having privilege. And black supremacy taking a color as a strongly negative connotation, and those who identify with that color being disenfranchised or being underprivileged. But this is the New World Order that traces back to deeper occult and spirituality situations that are about controlling people. And I'm that's why I have to warn black women. So the best solution, if you are trying to get a black man and you are a black woman, a real Africans, real black Africans who come from slavery in America, you're going to have to go to a higher source. You're going to have to go to the Most High to overcome the zombies that are put on black men. You're going to have to pray about that, number one. And I don't want to speak that's why I get away from the tarot, because sometimes the tarot can get spirits to put stuff on you, whatever. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to let black women know the spiritual reality of the last days. The Bible talks about it will be 7 women to 1 man. So if you are not truly aligned with the Most High and you're a black woman out here trying to get a black man, I hate to say it, but you're going to have to go to something a little more powerful than I hate to say than the ancestors, but you're going to have to make sure you know what you're calling on. And make sure you're not being manipulated by satanic forces. Because you may get your man or whatever, but if this man is tied to a succubus, all that's happening is you get your man, but now you're feeding the succubus that made him a zombie. And it's going to be a toxic relationship, and it may go good for a while because that spirit got you hooked, but you're going to keep feeding that woman who really controls that man. And so when you're connected to the Most High and the Holy Spirit and won't let corrupt forces interfere, things may happen to reveal to you this is not the man for you, or to reveal to you if you are married already, this is what you're dealing with, and you're going to have to really get some prayer. You're going to have to really go through a series of exorcism rituals to really get the peace that you want in your relationship, because the black man is inferior, and the black man is broken, he's castrated, and he's not himself. And I need you sisters to really realize that. It's really the younger black men who have seen the last 20 years of white female supremacy and white feminism dominating the Black community, that the new Black man who's really he's not going around talking about the Black woman as God, like these hypocritical older Black men who use that as a way to acquit themselves of the accountability. But it's these younger Black men, 19, 20, 21, the younger ones now in America who understand, because the rest of them, they're half white. The rest of them have got white mamas. Think I'm joking? I'm not. You guys, it's not rocket science, and I'm not going to give any disclaimers. This is what's happened in America. Peace, Bones. In Northern Europe, human sacrifice was rare compared to other cultures. Canaanites and Aztecs were the most extreme in human sacrifice. Exactly. And that's why, that's why I don't want to get too much on a racial tangent, but I wanted to spend that half an hour talking about what you're dealing with. The blood is still alive. And what I'm saying is there is still a living ritual. There's a living spell over Black men that's still alive. And if you want to exercise, and it's being empowered by the Satanic New World Order, and it's only gotten worse and worse. And dark-skinned Black people are being killed off, being targeted, and by interracial dating, not by the cops, no, by interracial dating, by these unclean spirits who want to clean out those who have the most pure genetics. So like I said, back when before all this mixing, now when the African genetic was pure and the European genetic was more pure, and that slave master relationship was more concrete and bold, we knew clearly who our enemies were. We knew who our spiritual enemies were, so when you're a Black woman dealing with voodoo, and you're really voodoo initiated, and the ancestors are really working with you and protecting you, especially on behalf of the Most High, I hate to say it, but if you're a Black woman, most likely the man who's going to be brought to you is not going to be Black, because Black man is in America is null and void. Does it apply to every individual Black man? Almost. When I'm talking about these things, you're talking to someone who I can ground myself in dirt, and I can concentrate, and I can feel what's happening on the whole planet if I go out and ground myself in some dirt. That's my level of empathy. So when I tell you that all Black men in America are null and void and under a spell, I can feel it. If you want a Black man who's really truly thinking for himself, you will have to go out of America. There's not too many up in Canada. South America is just, just South America is almost like a dumpster at this point. I'm not saying there isn't nature, but the energy there right now is just telling me don't even bother talking about it, because there's so much colorism there already, and there's so many political problems there already, that Black people there are pretty much still in slavery in this social context with the colorism, almost maybe like somewhere like India or something, where it's literally only the white light-skinned people who are prominent and prosperous. But when you're talking about an eligible Black man in America, you're gonna have to, sisters, you're gonna have to deal with the reality that eligible Black men for Black women, they have a spell over them, and they're with white women. They are with, and not with white women like a European woman. They're with these Creole women. They're all with these Creole women. They're under that spell, and you don't, if you don't have a good relationship with the Most High to break that spell and to expel that demon that only that Christ consciousness and the Christ mysteries can expel at this point. And if you don't believe me, call Oya, call Yemaya, call on Oshun, call on Erzulies, and then talk to Christ about it, or talk to the Most High about it, and you'll see what I'm saying. You may think that your spell backfired, but if you didn't do your spell to a certain ancestral deity or to a certain goddess or spirit, and you just did a spell, what's probably happening is the ancestors are probably giving you and showing you what you need to see moving forward from here on out. And sometimes what you need to see is things that were very hidden. And and like the sister said, you're feeling like the spell backfired. You did a spell to make you closer, to keep him from cheating, to keep you all together, to keep the relationship close, and to block out other influences. And now you all are arguing all the time, this and that. Well, the first thing that could have occurred is he could have sensed the witchcraft that was done. He could have sensed that. And he could sense a sense of control coming over, and he could be changing, because things might have been just fine, and now you went and did some witchcraft, and now things changed. Who did that happen to? Oba. The Pataki of Oba, Orisha Oba, OBBA or OBA. Orisha Oba, this is what happened to her. Shango was with Oya, they were lovers. Remember, Oya was married to Ogun. She left Ogun for Shango, and then they were happy together. But what happened was the Ochumare through Obatala decreed Shango to be married to Oba for the good of the nation, because Oya was already decreed to be married with Ogun. So when Oba was to be Shango's official wife, what did Oya do? Because Shango, instead of going against it and saying, you know what, I'm happy with my lover Oya, and even though she went against Ogun and everything, I'm happy, and I'm gonna stay in this situation, and I'll deal with whatever I have to deal with to keep my lover as wife. He didn't do that. Shango said, fine, if that's what's decreed, then I'll be obedient to it, and I'll be with Oba, and I'll be faithful to her. And Shango was prepared to be done with Oya and be with Oba for the good of the nation, and fulfill that duty, and to love her. Well, what did Oya do? She petitioned Yemaya, who didn't help her. So she took matters into her own hands and essentially told Oba to cut off her ear in order to please Shango. When Oba came to Oya to ask for help in keeping Shango, because she knew that Oya was his favorite and everything, Oya told Oba to cut off your ear and put it in your stew, and that's how you will keep Shango, and that's how he'll love you. And Oba did it. And what happened was Oya really knew Shango's pet peeves, and Oya knew that Shango couldn't stand things that weren't perfect. Shango hated taboos. And so Oya knew when Shango found out that he would stop loving her, because he hated things that were taboo or unnatural. And that's what happened. So go back to the sister who contacted me, who you did and I don't have all the full details. That's why I go live, because if you don't pay for an Oracle consultation, which you can purchase on Etsy, I go live so everyone can benefit from it. If you want a private one, check out my Etsy shop, or just make a $50 donation via PayPal or Cash App. When the sister says, I did the blood spell to keep him from cheating and to keep him close, and things backfired. I'm going back to the Pataki of Oba, because Shango was prepared to leave Oya and be a husband to Oba and a king to the nation, and go along with what the higher authorities decreed, or the Most High, so to speak, decreed for him and for the good of the nation, especially since Oya was already married to Ogun. So the sister says, then we started arguing. After I feel like the spell backfired, because after I did the spell, we started arguing. We started fighting, and all we do is argue now. Well, remember, Oba, she did witchcraft. She consulted Oya for mysteries and things. Oya told her to do something. She did a witchcraft thing, which, again, why was it witchcraft? Because she was doing it behind Shango's back in secrecy on him. She put her ear, she cut off her ear and put it in the stew that he was going to eat, because that's what Oya told her to do. But Oya knew better. She knew that she was going to really give her something to do that would backfire. And that's why when you deal with satanic witchcraft, and you deal with the corrupted witches and soothsayers and mediums and things like that, and some of these women don't even realize that they're demon possessed, or that they're under the influence of unclean spirits who don't have your best interest in mind, but they're so into their ability to divine and their ability to have authority over you by telling you, some women get so into their ability to have that sense of authority that they forget to take responsibility. That's why I told people, get rid of your tarot cards. Because the incident of using witchcraft to keep a man backfires in Vodun. But it benefits the white woman or the satanic woman. We're not going to demonize all of Europe, and thank you, Falcon Eye, for, bringing up the differences. But when you're dealing with this or devoid, black being a color that's of all right? So when you're dealing with the energy of a woman in the wrong, so to speak, Oya left Ogun and to be with Shango, and she did with Shango. She had her reasons. We're not, that's a different upload to deal with the Oya's mysteries and her powers. But this is one reason why a spell may backfire. Because if you're an African woman truly protected by the African ancestors, and again, you don't understand our ancestors and our mysteries, and don't understand what has happened to our race recently with the transatlantic slave trade, and understanding our Vodun has been corrupted by white supremacists or Satan. So using a woman using her menstrual blood, it's something that they talk about in the South a lot too, but I'm not saying you won't hear about it up north or in other places. Creole culture of white women taking root work or African spiritual wisdoms and mysteries to keep Black men, or to control Black women, or to control Black men. You get the influence of Satan and the use of root work, which was really the use of herbs and spices and your energy that a woman had when cooking, that would make her keep a man. It wasn't secretly putting blood or putting witchcraft in it, but or secret potions, but it was her ability to actually create a brew representing her love, a woman's ability to stir her love into something where you can taste the love, the true love, but not taste a charm or a spell that takes away your free will, that takes away your real ability. So again, that's why I warn people, understand the ancestors, because look at, like I said, Oya, she left Ogun. She's happy with Shango. Shango gets decreed. He doesn't go against it, even though he's happy with Oya. He doesn't go against it. He decides to love Oba. He doesn't fight for it. And then we have Oba, who's a sister of Oya, who knows Oya and Shango are happy together. And herself doesn't go against the decree and say, you know what, my sister's happy, I'm going to let her have her business, and I'm going to stay out of her business, and I'm going to mind my business. No, that's not what Oba does. Oba says, fine, I'll gladly take on this position that you bless me with, despite the fact that my sister's already happy. And I'll take over, and I will even be so bold as to ask my sister, whose husband and lover that I'm taking, how to keep him. Oba lost her ear, and she actually lost her life by choice, because we have the first incident of the first Orisha who chose to die willingly, meaning Oba, after her pain of Shango leaving and Shango seeing that, and he went back to Oya, and then Shango, that damaged Shango so much that he decided to sleep with every woman. And so that's what Shango does now. He has every woman, but Oya is the one he loves. But he wants everyone to know that Oba is his true wife. And Shango really tried to be aligned with the Most High. And this is what I'm trying to tell sisters. You got a Black man who's manipulated by a seductress, who's already married, already has a man. And you got this Black man who's eligible. He's at the king status. He has a lot to offer. He's single in a political sense, even though he's in love with someone else, but he's willing to put aside his sin to do what the Most High decrees. He's willing to put aside that sin. And you got a man who's doing this. But sis, instead of you putting aside whatever you have going on and saying, I'm going to accept this man as a husband, and I'm not going to do anything to control, but I'm just going to accept what I have. You go to witchcraft, and it backfires. Because if the Most High has already blessed you with a husband, stay away from witchcraft. This is why I'm warning you. And if I'm sounding harsh, it's because I care, and it's because I know better. And I want Black women to really understand. You want all this glitz and this glamour because we want to feel equal to the white woman. We want to feel a sense of things that we haven't felt, and we know we're disenfranchised. But stay away from witchcraft and all this new age stuff. If you don't need it, and everything is fine in your life, don't seek more control than you need. That's the first lesson behind this. Using the Pataki, because what Oba did was she became so depressed that Shango didn't love her anymore. When Shango finally found out about the ear, And because Oya told him, you know, and you know, that was her plan all along. And what happened? Oya got her man back. And even though she's had to deal with Shango having every other woman, to this day, Oya has Shango. To this day, Oya has Shango. The witch got her man, not without a price, because she has Shango, but Shango has anyone he wants. But Oya got her man with the price, with the sacrifice of you. He has you and everyone else, but you got what you wanted. And Oba got what she got. Sent to the cemetery to keep the cemetery, because she decided that she didn't want to deal with the life anymore, and she just wanted to go somewhere and be alone, because she became so depressed and heartbroken because she lost the one thing she wanted so bad. She wanted it so bad when she already had it, but she didn't leave good enough alone. First, you didn't leave good enough alone because you wanted to get involved with your sister's lover. You didn't go against it, neither did Shango. So that's why Oya took matters into her own hands, because no one stood up for her in this situation. Was she wrong? Maybe, yeah. But Ogun wasn't treating her the best either. But Oya paid the price for cheating on her husband with Shango, because Ogun got Oshun after that. And in theory, they are still together and happy in theory, so to speak, in some ways. But Ogun was given Oshun in replace of Oya. Oya gets her man, her cheating, philandering man. Oba is over the cemetery now and rules the cemetery now and keeps the graveyard in the cemetery, something that few people talk about and discuss when dealing with the Orisha Oba, because she decided to go where no Orisha goes with Aiku. So she went, and some may not know or understand it like this, but she went and stayed with Aiku, and then kind of became married to him, so to speak, and his companion. And Aiku rules death. So Oba essentially became dead, and she went to die. Or for her energy to be a dead, dormant energy, where very few people go, because she no longer wanted to deal with them, because she was so damaged. Now remember, Shango hurt Oshun worse than that, because remember, Oshun had twins by Shango when he broke her heart for Oya, the one he really loves, because Oshun was stupid enough to try and avenge Oba, because Oshun was best friends with Oba and is. And Oshun tried to avenge Oba by sleeping with Shango, and ended up falling in love with Shango, ended up having twins by Shango. and she didn't long story short, Shango ended up going with Oya again and left Oshun. He didn't want to be with her. He still wanted to be with Oya. And Oshun did all of this trying to get back at Oya for Oba. And she ended up falling in love with Shango and breaking her heart so much that Oshun, she didn't go to the cemetery. She almost died from starvation, because she was so depressed by that happening with Shango that she wasn't eating. And if it wasn't for Eshu saving her life and feeding her, she would have died from depression, from heartbreak, trying to mind someone else's business and love. You see the string of heartaches Oya leaves behind? Oya represents the succubus who the Shango man is really tied to. And all this bright, shiny black male king Shango energy that every woman wants, you know what I'm saying? He represents that incubus that some women be tied to. But an incubus is tied to a succubus, It's usually portrayed that a succubus is one of 3 wives. Like Shango is known to have 3 wives: Oya, Oba, and Oshun, the ones I just mentioned. All right. But in folklore and in modern things, you may see a succubus portrayed as one of 3 wives of a Dracula, and the Dracula represents the incubus or Shango. And that is true in the context of how Shango's energy operates and him having 3 wives. Yes, that is under the house of Shango. But what's more accurate is an incubus is always tied to a succubus. It's not 3 women succubus who go out and feed off of men for the Dracula. No, the original is, in the context of Vodun, it's Shango being tied to Oya, but Shango being the most desired man who has all women, but all of the energy that he gets from all these women, he's giving to Oya, which is why she stays the most powerful warrior, because of her form of witchcraft, her blood magic. Now remember, Ogun cursed Oya to not have her menstrual blood when she left him for Shango. Ogun took away Oya's menstrual cycle and cursed her. So she never gave Shango any children, nor can she. She had children by Ogun, which are the 9 Egungun in Vodun. The 9 Egungun, which is why Oya is mother of 9. And we call her Yansan, which means mother of 9. But Oya, which means to rip and to tear, okay, she's the one. She represents the succubus that a woman using witchcraft can be tied to. When you go petition corrupt feminine energies, instead of staying aligned and letting the Most High bless you and accepting whatever blessing you have and being in alignment with it. Use a women using witchcraft to control men, stepping out over your boundaries and not letting the Most High deal with the men. That's how it'll backfire. And you get so depressed and everything because that's what happens when you're an innocent in the situation. When you're innocent, the Most High will bless you. But when you start to go on the left-hand path of controlling your own destiny, you're going to invoke spirits that don't like you. You're going to invoke spirits that, how are they going to give you a good time when their patakis and their folklore says that they were damaged in love and they had heartbreaks and it didn't work out for them? That they can give you wisdom, they can give you heartbreak to help you learn how to utilize that, but are they going to give you a husband? I'm sorry. No, the Most High does that. The Most High does that. You deal with these spirits and these ancestors and stuff, you're going to get these situationships. But if you want a true marriage and matrimony that works for you, a man that will protect you, provide for you, nurture you, love you, not do all these other abusive, toxic things, I'm sorry, deal with the Most High. Now I can tell you all types of other little spells and things you can do but that's the first and foremost thing. Or you're gonna end up depressed because you trusted spirits. When trust your intuition, trust the Holy Spirit that speaks to you and gives you red flags about somebody too, and think things through. Think things through and know. And again, another thing about love spells backfiring. Are you in the innocent position or are you in a corrupted position? Are you doing a spell for someone who you're with or you want to be with who you know has another woman, or who you know has children that they could be taken better care of by someone else, or who you know, is this person really truly single, or is this person tied to another woman already? Because if they're tied to another woman already, you should expect to be put second, or to be put last, or to be an afterthought of whenever that guy wants to have sex, or whenever he wants to have fun, or whenever he's ready. But his main time and money and energy goes to the succubus that he's really attached to. So be careful of getting in situations, ladies, where your man has a succubus and he is nothing but an incubus. He comes, he takes your energy, he drains your energy, he drains your resources, and then he goes and gives it to another woman, or to another family that he's started. You know, if you're going through that, you're gonna have to start doing some cord cutting ties, and see the type of men who start to come into your life. See the type of do cord cutting things, which I can talk about too if anyone asks a question. But you know, use your blood to cut ties and to preserve it, not to try and control another, because you don't want to be tied to a succubus, because she will keep sending that man to you, taking your sexual energy, and and you're really married to her, and he's just like the um he's like a middleman. He's like a medium for he's the outlet that she plugs into and that you plug into. So he's a plug, you know, saying he's like an outlet, and both of y'all is plugged into him. But who's has more of the power? If you are not aligned with what God you serve, and who you serve, and what who you are, and what your standards are as a woman, the succubus is going to have the power, because she's taking this bright, shiny, super sexual, attractive, very manipulative, seductive man who can seduce any and every woman, and she's using him to get your power. She's using him as a front when she's really the one getting your power as an innocent woman. And that's why you got to be careful with blood sex magic, because a lot of men, and mostly Black men, Black American men, they are tied to a succubus. A lot of times that woman could be a form of a white woman, but don't get me wrong. There are a lot of Black women out here who have this same spell over their son. There's a lot of Black women out here who are baby mamas who have the same Creole type, you know, white feminine succubus spell over the baby daddy, where he's trying to get another relationship. He's trying to escape. He's trying to get away, but he can't put away this other woman and put away the other women and children like they did in the book of Ezra when they took on foreign wives and wanted to repent. He can't quite do it because she's plugged into him, and he keeps coming back to her, and her electromagnetic pull on him is stronger. Maybe because she's had a long-term spell on him, maybe because she's done some type of blood satanic magic, and her relationship to Satan is stronger than your relationship to God or the Most High or the Orisha, ancestors, what have you. So she probably has a stronger relationship with Satan than you do with, you know, or part of you is not ready to be as strong as she is. There's part of you as a woman who still enjoys being weak and being manipulated and being used. There's a part of you as a woman who is not ready to make concrete decisions and stick to them. So you are still allowing yourself to be wishy-washy and to deal with whatever from a man. And so you're doing spells and stuff for this, but deep down as a woman, you're not really the type of woman to control a man. You're not really the type of woman who's a dominatrix, who's going to control a man the way these real succubus, they love controlling men. They get off on controlling men more than they get off on sex. You understand? So these women who control these succubuses, they don't have sex with the man because that would give him a sense of control. She controls him and who he has sex with and everything. So when a man starts to love a woman like you, who you really not about controlling men, you're about loving men. So you're doing something that's in an arena of a succubus. And you're in her arena, you're in her square. But when you stay on your square of love and you stay aligned with that, it may take a while, but that's when your pull is going to be stronger, because she's a woman controlling a man, whereas you're seducing him. So you become that black hole that draws him in. It could be slowly but surely, or it may it may happen stronger the stronger you get. But if you are a woman of love and you're using womb energy, you're going to use that black hole to draw in the man. And in the context of slavery and the new world order, you're going to be drawing in that man back to his home, drawing in the black man. If that's what you're trying to get him to overcome this spell of white supremacy. And a black man being under a spell of white supremacy or the new world order or under satanic influences, it doesn't always mean he's with a white woman or is going to be with a woman of another race. It more so talks about his rejection of black women or rejection of love. When a man's rejecting love, that you have for him, it's not him rejecting it. It's the succubus that he is a zombie to. You got to understand, why are black men under this zombie spell in America? Because the black man does not want the responsibility of protecting and providing for the black woman. A lot of times, sisters, and I hate to say it, if you really do deal with the Most High in Christ, it's not going to be a black man he brings to you. And if he does, again, what are the women who have the best black men in America? Devout Christian women. Devout Christian black women. It doesn't have to be about going to church, but it has to be about having a devoted relationship to the Most High and trusting the Most High and being obedient to whatever man the Most High brings in that meets your standards. Because when you think about sex first, that's the soul tie you're going to get into. And sex is what the incubus and succubus feed off of. But when you want matrimony, I'm not saying take sex out of it. Sex is a huge part of a marriage. But you got to look at real, genuine compatibility. What does a man who has a history of slavery and history of being castrated and being inferior and things like that, if a man is living in that mentality currently, meaning feeding off of all this Black Lives Matter energy and thing, if a man is still in an inferior state of thinking, what does he have to offer a woman who's ready to nurture him and his children and ready to do those things? What does he have to offer you? Turmoil. That's why I said you got to get with people who think spiritually like you, who believe in the same things you believe. because the ancestors might just be trying to tell you this person is not compatible with you because they don't serve the same God you serve. They cannot think equal to you because they don't think spiritually like you. And Black people who are not really in spirituality and serving the Most High are going to feel inferior to white people. But when you get, because that's a low vibration. But when you're spiritually advanced, you're not in that survival chakra. You're not in that root chakra. You're not in the lowest vibration. And racism cannot vibrate past the sexual chakra. Racism cannot vibrate past the orange chakra. Racism cannot vibrate up to yellow and green and blue and purple and white. The energy of racism can't vibrate that high. So a man who is a zombie to white supremacy, he cannot love. He's a zombie. He can't think for himself. Even if he chose you as a white, he actively could not do that because he is a zombie. He has no soul, or he has no ability to think for himself. And the harder he tries to do it, the more she's going to pull back, and you will actually see the demon manifest in him. That's why for some, it may take a series of exorcism. It may take a series of prayer work and a series of you all having a toxic events until the demon is fully exorcised. But it's going to take a lot of prayer work if you're already married to a demon-possessed man. But if you're engaged or you're dating, you know, or even if you found out you're pregnant or just had a baby by a demon-possessed man, and you've gone to witchcraft and it seems like it backfired, it didn't backfire. If you did not use any false idols, and you didn't have any images at your altar, no images, no idols, just earthly items like salt, incense, candle, gemstone even, but no images and no idols of anything on your altar, and you feel like the spell backfired, and you used your blood, either your actual blood, the way a mage does, to feed the spirit realm or the ancestor, or you use your menstrual blood to do spell work the way a witch does. I cannot say it backfired just because the guy is now acting the exact way you wanted to prevent. I will say it worked. I will say it worked before you got married. It worked before you decided to marry him just because you got pregnant or had a baby. It worked before you went through with, you know, the next step in the relationship, because there was things hidden going on that you didn't know about, or things hidden in his emotions and his psyche that you would have been bound to and have been forced to deal with, that now as things are being revealed, you can now maybe see, do I really want to deal with this guy long term, or maybe I needed this extra 6 months or extra 3 months to a year to get to know this guy and to realize he really has some mental disorders, which is the main problem in the Black community in America. Mental disorders, psychosis, you know. A lot of arguments you will find in the Black community, you will find stem from psychosis, from two people with low IQs, or from one person with a low IQ getting a person who has common sense to engage in an argument. You know, that's why I can't say it backfired. If you just did a general spell, it probably was the ancestors giving you what you asked for and doing what's necessary to get you into a position where you're ready to really receive a true mate for you. Another thing I want to say, arguing does not um equate to always cheating or breaking up, or it didn't work. Sometimes, for example, the question came this week, what, when a blood spell backfires. Well, we're in Mars retrograde, so don't forget to factor in some of the celestial events and alignments taking place during the time of your spell. That's where beginning witchcraft meets intermediate and advanced. Sometimes it's about not just about knowing how to do a spell, but it's about knowing what lunar and celestial alignments. It's about knowing that level of astronomy, modernly known as astrology. But before, it was astronomy. It was being able to map the stars and the events that would cause certain things and that would enhance certain things. Peace, everyone. Cochitla Smith. Cochit. I love your name. Um, so let me just read some things here. Falcon Eye says, I've noticed here in the US, relations between whites and blacks is a lot better than they are in the US. In the UK, it's better in the US. I've noticed that too. And as you know, Falcon Eye, I tend to watch a lot of European or UK media, because I'm really into like medieval stuff. So even sometimes even in the media, I still see some of the globalization, but even the European media reflects more of an understanding of history and the historical relationship between the African and the European, whereas America is so focused on black and white, not the actual historical relationships between the African and the European and the different nations within. So Bone says, hey, glad to see you. Likewise. Nina says, sis, can you impart some wisdom upon the small percentage of sisters who have incarnated with an innate disinclination toward marriage and procreation? Peace, Coach. You're a Smith like me, and I love your name. So for Nina, that's a good question. I do have some other stuff here. I'm trying to see. Yeah, I talked about some of this stuff. I want to kind of stay on the subject of when love spells backfire, but going along with the understanding of how certain women are doing too much, meaning everything's fine. You got a man like Obad did. Now you're doing witchcraft and it backfired. That's to warn you of dealing with witches when you are already blessed by the Most High. We're talking about a disinclination toward marriage and procreation. You are dealing with the crone, or you're dealing with Oya. The reason I say the crone is because a virgin more so has a time period of being a tomboy, meaning of having fun and everything. But the crone actually loses the blood, or the crone, so to speak, in the context of femininity, is a baron or a baroness, a woman who is barren. So when we're talking about barren, meaning barren, meaning she cannot give birth. You take the term baron, which traditionally deals with justice, and serving justice and exacting justice. So a baroness was a woman married to the baron who had the legal role. In Vodun, the barons, or les barons, are the gaides. the Gedes or Getty. So Guedeh or Gede, super Haitian with it, whatever. It's reconnecting. But what, Nina, when you're dealing with the woman who has a disinclination toward marriage and procreation, you're dealing with the energies of Oya. One who Oya is, the ram represents the Aries woman, who will represent that virgin woman who's the warrior woman. All right, so there's the alignments there, the synchronizations. Oya's animal is the ram. Eggplant is one of her fruits. She represents a tornado, blah 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 blah. But what you're dealing with is the woman who competes with men. So a woman who has a disinclination toward marriage and procreation, typically her desires and what fulfills her as a woman is her ability to compete with a man or her own ambitions. I don't want to always say self-serving ambitions, but when you take away the nurturing aspect of a woman, and in the context of African proverb and that, you're dealing with a self-serving ambitions of a man. Why do I say self-serving? Because when a man is ambitious, it's usually to what end? To the end of earning a woman who he can procreate with, or to the end of providing for the family that he has started, or the nation if he's a king. When you get a woman who is not inclined to procreate, to have children, give birth, and is not inclined to be married to a man and to nurture a man, or to take on the status that a queen would by marrying a king, you get a woman who has ambitions, but at the end of having children or being able to have children, some don't want to, of course. But if a woman's ambitions are not toward being able to protect and provide for her children, then to what end is it? Usually selfish ambitions. I'm not saying that a woman like Oya isn't nurturing. Oya is, in a lot of ways, a lot more nurturing than Yemaya. And that's a controversial statement. But for people who understand the Orisha and are not tied into the new age properties and the new age stigmas attached to each popular Orisha, you will start to learn about new age people want you to teach, and not in these appropriated ways, but you will learn about the Orisha in their own rights, and you will be able to compare and contrast these different forces of nature and how they express themselves as men and women when they had those incarnations. So I will say this. The first thing I want to say about that, Nina, or the second thing I want to say, is a lot of the inclination for women now to, or say, like you said, the disinclination that women have toward marriage and procreation, a lot of that preference to be a career woman, preference to be single, even preference to be a single mother, which is what we see now in America. I would say a lot of that, most of that, is not, it isn't natural. Like you said, there's a small percentage of women who now is because of the lack of masculinity on earth, because of the lack of masculinity in their area, except in the elite or in jail. Okay, good. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you left or not, Nina, and the things, but it as I'm talking and you come up with other questions, please ask. But I'm glad that you're listening because this is for you. In America, because of the politics here, and because of what I talked about, the need to control the slaves and the need to control the narrative. There's a lot of things here about controlling masculinity that leaked over from controlling Black men in slavery and has leaked over to controlling the entire populace of and all the citizens in America because it works so well on Black men. You get me? So there's no masculinity in America unless you go to the jails where they lock up the masculine men who are poor, or you go to the elites where they preserve masculinity so they can stay elite, meaning where the men are still trained. And I'm not talking about just, when I'm talking about elite, I'm really talking about elite. I'm not just talking about some rich people who they kids sit around and play video games and have nothing to worry about. Um Says the connection's unstable again. Yeah. Sorry, I said the connection was prissy, pampered, rich. I'm talking about people who really uphold the elites and the sophistication of monarchy, and where the men had to pass rights of manhood and the women had to do the same. Elites, they knew how to. Elites are not like the rich in the government. The monarchies, they had to learn how to hunt and make their clothes. They had to learn how to do things in the event of not having their castle, but they also had to learn governing skills. And that gave them the discipline to govern their self too in society. So that form of masculinity where you have a natural respect for a woman because through politics and through nation building the importance of a woman and of childbirth and of that nurturing and of having a woman in the home as a rock to hold things together while the man is making moves. They understood that role. So when you're talking about masculinity in America now and how feminism has taken over and let's be honest, how foreign nations and have taken over. Oh, it's 9/11 today. Imagine that. How foreign nations have taken over since the 9/11 incident that happened today in 2002 with the Twin Towers. That kind of led to foreign nations taking over America. The shadow guy. I don't want to get too much into all of that, but you guys understand what I'm saying is we're not under the natural constitution and we're not under the natural Christian ideologies that formed the here. And that's a superficial thing. I talked in the beginning about the occult structures that led to white supremacy here, but when it's talking about masculinity prior to spell work, most women are not inclined to be married or have kids because there's no men here, because a woman has to do it all herself, because unless a woman is born into wealth and has nothing to worry about, she's gonna either be dealing with a certain type of man in a certain type of situation where a woman's better off just doing her own thing and behaving like a man than being married and stuck with a man who's poor, who doesn't have money, and because he's poor all the time and doesn't have money and doesn't have enough of this and that, he's going to take his anger out on her because he can't take it out on the white men who are in power that he hates so much, or he can't really take it out on anybody. So he takes his anger out on the people closest to him. That's what happens in poverty. Poverty creates certain psychosis in America. So a lot of women are opting out of dealing with the man, because dealing with a man is dealing with another child. When you're in poverty in America, you're dealing with the undisciplined man who's going to take all his anger and masculine frustrations of being at a job to let that steam off, or to or to go to war with the people who are causing him problems. So you know that's why women is deciding it's better to be a single mother, because I can raise these babies. But if I have to deal with babies and a grown baby who is this husband, you know, um, another thing is, I have a disinclination toward marriage. I was definitely one of them. And even I feel like I want to get married and I feel certain things, but the reality of me, women who were raised by women who did not want to be mothers. You were raised by a woman who resented her position as a mother, and so, but she may have loved you, but she instilled in you as a woman hatred for men, because she hated her position as a woman. She didn't love the man. She maybe went through hell. She maybe went through some type of hell with men and a lot of trauma with men, where she developed a hatred for masculinity because she was victimized by it so much that she instilled in you a hatred for men subconsciously, very, very subconsciously in you. The belief that being a wife and mother will weaken you, or she may have instilled in you somehow a belief of empowering you and living vicariously through you, by you not having children and not doing this and this and that, because she was trying to protect you from the trauma, that she never taught you the good things because she never had good experiences with men, or never allowed herself to, or whatever. And so there are some cases where a mother, subconsciously, she has a hatred for men because she's gone through such bad things. And it's not that she goes around hating. I'm not talking about an actual feminist who's out here acting like she hates men but really just needs some dick, okay, like most of these ugly, disgusting. I'm not talking about a feminist out here. I'm talking about a woman who is desirable, and but she went through bad things because of it, because men desired her and she gave men chances or whatever. She had bad experiences. She learned to protect herself, and she wanted to teach you as a daughter how to protect you against these traumatic bad experiences with men, and it subconsciously led you to not wanting to deal with men at all. Even though you are attracted to men, you're not lesbian, but you just don't see the value in having a husband or children because you know better. Or maybe because your mother taught you that there's a bad, ugly side of it. And you that's how you were raised. And it can be very subconscious. Now, to the third part, which is the extremely rare percentage of women who are what I talk about endlessly, blood-born witches. Not to get control over other people and to create illusions. But I'm talking about blood-born witches who were born with certain gifts and certain wisdom that human women don't have. That is a woman who is not human, flesh and blood, but not human. So a real blood-born witch who is incarnated into a flesh and blood woman would naturally have a disinclination toward marriage and procreation because a man is beneath her. And not in a literal sense. Being flesh and blood, being on earth means it would behoove you to repent and accept Christ as your Lord and Savior and get with that, like I talk about, because we're flesh and blood. But spiritually, we have authority that a mere man does not have. So a mere man is really merely a subject to a witch who has a form of king's blood or dragon's blood. But being a witch is different. You know, you may have virgin blood, but being a witch, we come from Salem, where Melchizedek rules, the blood-born witches, that the real coven that I talk about. We come from Salem. You know, it's so Salem is a city in heaven. You know, Jerusalem is a city on earth that Christ ruled. Melchizedek is the king of peace. Christ was only the prince of peace. King of kings, but prince of peace. Melchizedek is the king of peace. And Salem means peace. And Salem is a city in heaven that Melchizedek rules. And that's where witches come from, so to speak. So that most rarest disinclination would just be simply the woman is not human. The woman is not human. She is a flesh and blood incarnation of something spiritual, and has a higher authority than say a human may have, so to speak. And so she may have no interest in creating a soul tie on earth with a human man. When saying disconnected again. But basically, you know, a blood-born witch would, you know, not be inclined to procreate and create a soul tie on planet Earth with a human man. When she knows that she's going to going somewhere else, and knowing that her soul is immortal. You know, or knowing that this is a certain type of experience. So if you are a woman who remembers your past lives, and you're starting to remember, especially through dreams and things like that, because the Most High communicates with dreams, and you are someone who, there was never a time where you felt human, where you always have known that you were different. You've always known you had powers. You always known that there was something different about you. You know, bloodborne witches are not too keen on mating with human men. We are here to help the human women deal with male chauvinism, in fact. So unless you're a bloodborne witch who deals with the ashes of love, sex, and beauty, you probably are not interested in being subjected to a man the way the human woman is designed to. You know, so you know, you may have a because remember, women who had ancient warrior spirits a lot of times would make better mothers and wives even than women who had no real other skill. You know, so that's why I'm talking about more so the crone energy than the virgin, because the virgin is a woman with a warrior spirit, but eventually she may want to take on a husband and have children and instill those things in the children and everything, you know. But she can be very rebellious and very independent, versus a crone who has power and is not willing to give it away or share it with people who haven't earned it. You understand? Um mentioned Oya and love they mentioned Oya and Lovecraft Country. Yeah, Kochik. Um I just recently saw like an ad for that, and someone did say there was like a group that someone said that they really were liking that. So I don't know if it's on Netflix. I could probably watch it. I actually right now I'm watching Versailles. Like I said, I really watch more like I'm really more into like European, ancient, medieval stuff. But I will check it out. But if you want to kind of talk about what they said about it, or if you want to send me a clip, maybe I can respond to however she was mentioned. But if y'all really suggest Lovecraft Country, I'll check it out. um okay, so Chotsani Coleman says, yep, that was my mom. Yeah, my mother and I didn't have a healthy relationship when I was younger. I went to live with my stepdad and stepmom, and I experienced being alone a lot. I became my own parents. Yes, Colchi. That's what I'm saying. When you as a woman at a young age are taught to be responsible, and you're kind of taught, you're given too much adulthood, too much responsibility, at a young age, your innocence is taken away from you. And when you have too much responsibility at a young age, who wants the responsibility of being a mother when you've already felt like that? Or when you already have almost been given too much responsibility at a young age, it can turn that can turn someone away from healthy romantic relationships, or turn someone away from their own biology. And it's a form of childhood trauma that's mild, because it doesn't involve physical trauma. And when things don't involve physical trauma, people don't take it seriously. But a lot of times it's more serious and it festers. When people see a black eye, they're going to ask who hurt you. They're going to try and find out what happened and what can I do. But when you're depressed, even when you go around asking for help, you won't get it, because no one can see your pain. And the only people who will help you are other empaths who can feel your pain. Humans have to see things, but empaths, people with more Holy Spirit working, with more Christ, because you got to be empath to be Christ-like, because Christ felt pain of all men. He's the ultimate empath. So being Christ-like requires empathy. And being satanic, or having psychosis, or being a serial killer, so to speak, or psychotic, it requires lack of empathy. In fact, and this is why it's a little different than a person who gets pleasure from other people's pain, or a person who gets pleasure from breaking up. That's when you're dealing with an incubus or that's when you're dealing with a person creating a zombie. You're dealing with a different energy. But that lack of empathy, that unfeeling energy, that's I would say maybe even more of a pure evil than actually getting pleasure off of other people's pain. Which could be can easily become a disorder, that stems from experiencing so much pain, that you become what happened to you. And and that can be extreme to being a sadist. So it is what it is. um but empathy, feeling what other people feels, and sympathy, meaning feeling bad for a person. Um, that's what you want to look for in another person, because if a person is not showing signs of empathy or sympathy in the courting or in the dating phase, um you don't want to get involved with them, because the main point in a relationship, in a marriage, is nurturing one another. That's the main purpose of it. If you're a type of person who's able to constantly nurture, there's some people out here, because the Bible talks about the gift of singleness, and some people having a gift of singleness and operating better being single, and some people can be single and celibate too and still live fulfilling lives, and not need that, not need a relationship to be fulfilling, and they won't get lonely and they won't get depressed, and they'll have other things going on for them, which again, being asexual like that can be rare in humanity too, but it's very possible. But again, um there are a lot of people out here who their coping mechanism for dealing with pain and trauma and just dealing with the general chaos and reality of the world, there are some very, very weak people out here who choose not to feel anything. There are some people who maybe have a disorder where they don't feel, and they know that something may be wrong with them, and they got something to work out. But 9 times out of 10, um a person is shut down a part of them, and or something has shut down a part of them. And when a person is choosing to be weak and choosing to live an extremely selfish life to protect themselves from being hurt, you don't want to get involved with a weak person. You don't want to get involved with the psychopath who can't feel anything. Um, and you don't want to get involved with someone who is giving off too many red flags in the dating phase. Um, talking to women, dealing with men. And well, again, if anyone has any other questions, let me read some things. But I just remember to look for the red flags, like the way some men will talk to you, or the way some men will be condescending. Some of them are a little too, they move too fast. Um, some of them are trying to manipulate or put on too good of a front. There's certain things you can look for in a man to know if he's not going to be a good mate, or if he's too controlling or has some emotional issues he has to work out. Because there's a lot of men who you fit their ideology of what's perfect, and that's why they're pursuing you, and that's why they seem very committed and invested up front. But under the surface, they have some deep control issues, and they have issues that lead to OCD, lead to being a hoarder, lead, these control issues that they think you will fit into perfectly because you are ideal somehow. And they want to manipulate you through flattery. But as you start to express your own individuality, they start to change. They start to insult you as you start to express an individuality or that does not fit into their ideal. That's why I warn ladies, deal with men who already have the same beliefs, or their beliefs are similar enough where you already have the same morals. Because listen and talk, because a lot of men, they may be joking about their sexual past and this and that, but you need to pay attention when men talk, whether they come off joking or not. If he's telling you about himself and his past is not adding up with your past, in his future, based on where he came from and where he's going, is not adding up with you know, what happens. And I want to experience birth and mother. I did want to experience birth and motherhood. I'm single mother to one child. Idea of marriage. I don't want to give away my freedom. Peace, Lotus Funa. The unicorn. Now a unicorn. Unicorns are mentioned in the Bible, Lotus. A unicorn is a rhinoceros, because there was two types of rhinoceros back in the Bible. There was the rhinoceros who had one horn at the end of their snout, which is a unicorn. And then there was the rhinoceros that had the two horns, the one long one and the one short one at the end of their snout, which is called a bicorn, a binocorn or something. So, a unicorn is actually a rhinoceros. Peace, Lotus. Yes, Totsani says there. Yeah, sometimes I don't know if it's buffering or not, but Chosani, yeah, he says, I believe being a witch is most likely the reason I do much better alone and focus on my spiritual path. Men has always been a negative distraction for me. Yeah, that's the thing, freedom is that's, a woman who is married, just like a man who is married, you don't have the same freedom. You answer to your spouse the way you would answer to a higher authority. So, that's why, again, I say, and again, dealing with the Iyami and, African witchcraft, so to speak, the African motherhood mysteries. I've talked about some of those things. Oya is the mother of 9. Yansan is the mother of 9. Oshun is the mother of witches, and Yemaya is the mother of fishes. And so the thing about being a witch, a blood-born witch, not a satanic witch, where you're making pacts with the devil for powers, or with Satan, so to speak, but or with unclean spirits, but a blood-born witch who was born with a spiritual authority, and thus responsibility. We are already mothers. Blood-born witches already have the gift of motherhood. That's what Iyami means. Iyami means a priestess of the mothers. That's, and it deals with the mothers. And so as a witch, we already have the mysteries of the mothers. We are already mothers. We don't have to give birth to learn about that. And again, if you're reincarnated, you may have already gone through that path of giving birth and having learned that too. But a witch is not a human. We may be flesh and blood, but we're not human. So, we are not so much always here to experience the mundane as so much as we are here to experience and we can, but we're talking about the inclination to do so. We are independent spirits. We we are spirit wives. So when you're a priestess or a witch or high priestess, even it just initiated into certain paths and traditions, you can be taken on. Witches, we're already bride of Christ, so to speak, or we are already in a union with the Most High, and we already have that authority that we deal with. So to take on, a human man and start to answer to them and blah 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 blah, it could be an experience that a witch is here to have or may want, but it's not really our first inclination always. um Again, some witches who have the gifts of, love, sex, and beauty mysteries, we desire and we long for love and for that, for that union. um but a lot of times it's something that a human man cannot meet the standard that we're used to. We're used to such a high standard that if we don't encounter another mage, a warlock, or a wizard, meaning a man, a masculine energy that is the equivalent to our feminine authority, a man with the masculine principle that is equivalent to our feminine principle, it's we're settling, I suppose, in a way. So real witches, when you do spells and you feel like it backfired, and it's a love spell, or or a blood spell, it could be your ancestors protecting you, but again, it could also be too that you have to understand certain things come with a sacrifice. And a lot of times, if you're a bloodborne witch, there will be some sacrifice of your, connection or your lifestyle that may be required for you to really take on the position of a wife and a mother to a man who is not in the craft. And so that's something you may want to also think about. There may be some powers and things that, you know you may not be ready, willing, or even able to sacrifice in order to have this relationship that you want. um and deep down, as a witch, you should know what's worth it. And I believe that the majority of bloodborne witches deep down know, or have learned somehow, human men are not worth sacrificing a relationship with the Most High for. you know um if you doing witchcraft, and you're dealing with, see, a demon can only bring you what they know and what they have the power to. So if you're dealing with something that's like a demon or unclean spirit in disguise, or just a lesser ancestor, um that's what they can bring you, and that's what they can give you. So, for example, Ogun Ogun argues all the time. He's constantly working. He's very much about conflict. And Ogun really can be a sweetheart, and Ogun he can be very intimate and loving in his own ways. But say if you're calling an Ogun, so to speak, for a husband, or you want a Ogun man, you want that. You're thinking of like the warrior. I want a divine warrior. I want like a fine chocolate brother, who's aggressive and, tall, dark, handsome, whatever, smart, whatever. And so you want your Ogun. Well, you got to take the good with the bad, because Ogun still isn't the Most High. Ogun is ancestor. But you may get a man who, you know, flirts all the time, because he's always, because warriors have, because one, Ogun's not really in control. Remember, Ogun was raping Yimbo, or before she became Yemaya. So you may get a man who has no regard for what you want and thinks he can take from you whatever he wants. You know what I'm saying? He may be attractive, he may be handsome, he may even have a sweet, loving, romantic streak, but you might have to deal with his abuses. It's also maybe a man who is abusive to you. So that's just an example of how when you deal with the ancestors or even the forces of nature, you're still calling on something that's limited and also limited in what they can provide for you. um the Most High is not limited, so the Most High has no limits in what can be provided, the way some of these ancestral spirits and energies in fact have limits. So that's why some things may backfire, because if you got something from the Most High and you got something without witchcraft or without any craft or spiritism at all, and you felt the need or got convinced to go to witchcraft to enhance it, you've now allowed something else into your relationship that wasn't there before. That's something that you may have done, as a, in dealing with the topic of discussion, why things may backfire. So, that's why I encourage people: pray, be practical, don't have idols and stuff, but really know what you're doing and know who you are as an individual and what you want, and how to just pray for it and let the Most High energy decide, instead of a specific energy. That, again, when you have relationships with them, because like I said, a bloodborne witch, we are often taken as spirit wives to certain ancestors. So, you know what I'm saying? Some women are, Ogun is our spirit husband. You know what I'm saying? Or, certain Orgun, Agwe, Dambala, if you deal with Erzulies, or you got different, Orishan ancestors that may have taken you as wife, or men maybe a spirit husband, so to speak, where a certain female spirit keeps that man. And if you deal with that, you have spirits. Some of them can be ancestral, some of them can be unclean. But nonetheless, they are spirits that can be jealous, and they are spirits that the Bible even says the Most High is jealous. So if you're a spirit wife, and you're doing witchcraft and stuff, and you already have spirits, masculine spirits that are keeping you, and now you want to relate to these human men, expect some conflict, expect some issue. If you've been witch all your life and you've been initiated this and that, and now you want to get in a relationship with one of these human men out here, and you ain't consulted your ancestral spirits or your demons or whatever, there's going to be some conflict there, you know so remember, when you do Vodun, there may be a ancestor. He Ogun may want this man. This is the son of Ogun. This man is the son of Ogun, and I choose him because he has my energy. And so, what I'm saying, if you're a spirit wife of Ogun and you out here asking for love, and you meet a fine chocolate brother, but then end up being abusive and this, that, and the third, well, that's the pros and the cons of spiritism, of voodoo, of being a real witch. When you're real, you really deal with the spirits in a real way, not in a pretentious, not in a fake, not in a for entertainment purposes way. No, they really are in your life. They really have things happen, and you really, really, really will get ostracized from humanity, meaning you can't keep a job because weird shit keeps happening to you. And people want to talk about you and stuff because, whatever. And people are afraid of you. And everywhere you go, what I'm saying, you're just a little too beautiful and a little too well put together and a little too well spoken and a little too well poised and a little too educated for everybody else. And they can't understand how you look like this, and oh, you 15, even 20 years older than what people thought you were. and now they can't condescend you, and it don't work with riches and humanity. It don't work with us in humanity. It does not work. Not with no real witch. So at the end of the day, when you really are a witch, you're gonna have a hard time relating to men. Doing witchcraft to get a man is what human women do. That's why it may backfire, because you already got other ancestors and spirits that'll be like, well, I'll let you have sex with this dude who's under my house for a while, but then you got to get back to your craft and your covenant. And that's how the Most High will do us witches, especially us Black ones. Because like I told Black women, if you want a husband and you want him to be Black, you have to leave America. If you want a real eligible Black man, or you're gonna have to get with the real Christian community. And I'm not talking about the church. We're not talking about the church where so many demons live and flock to. We're talking about the Christian community of people who are saved and who are actively, not people who are perfect or acting like they are, like people do in church. I'm talking about people who are saved and who are moral. And even though they may drink or they may smoke or they may have done sex work or still do, or they have this going on or that going on, they accept Christ as their Lord and Savior, and they're willing to do whatever they can to prove that, and they're willing to change, and they would be willing to change when they meet you. If you, and that's specifically for Black women out here looking for Black men, because if you're a white woman, you're not going to have a problem finding a man. And I hate to say that, and it's not to any white or Caucasian women watching this, who it's not to demean any negative experiences that you have or any trauma that you've had as a woman who's white with men. It's to let you know reality. You as a white woman, you can get a good attractive man. You can, because the spell that's over Black men privileges you based on that. And that's something spiritual that white women who are not racist, and even white women who are in the craft, and some of you all are contacting me too, and that's going to start happening a lot more because of an alliance that I've already started and got into the works. I don't want to talk too much about it, but because of the alliance, there are probably going to be a lot more white women who I'm showing up to, or appearing to, who are real witches, real bloodline witches. We're sisters of the craft. But there's things you have to understand about racism that privileges you, that you may not understand until you talk to a Black woman who has to help you understand the ways you're privileged, because it may have just never occurred to you, or it may have never been a responsibility you felt the need to take, because you don't come from America, or you don't come from this garbage can of racism that is American culture. So that's why I tell Black women, especially, if you don't read the Bible and understand Vodou and apply what's said in the Bible, that speaks to specifically Black women too, about what we have to deal with as a result of the curse on our race, that's not from slavery, that came from the Most High, based on our heritage and our covenant. If you're not understanding that as a Black witch, Israelite covenant, and it's not to get people involved in racism. It's to do quite the contrary, to get you away from these new world order agendas that are keeping us away from what we really need to be doing, which is uniting for a common cause, not uniting to water down the African genetic. That's what's happening in America and all over the world. Uniting to fight this common enemy that has affected our common heritages. And if you don't have a common heritage in common with the ancient African one, then you won't understand what I'm talking about. But those of you who are of other nations, who your ancient bloodline heritage about that are in ancient Africa, you understand what I mean. Like in the beginning, when I talked to Falcon Eye about the common foes of the New World Order attacking all of the Aboriginal heritage on this planet. So there's things that I will tell differently to white women because the satanic forces privileged white people, and that's something that white people have responsibility of, just as much as black people have to deal with defeating inferiority complex imposed upon us. But that segregation is what we're fighting, and you can't fuck your way into an alliance. Quite the contrary. This is not spiritual. We need less of that, unfortunately, and we need more of a spiritual alliance where we are covered with the blood of Christ. Because if you're not under that morality, you cannot love a person have a higher authority. Your love is not about survival or sex. Because remember what I said. Racism cannot go past the sacral chakra, which is the sex chakra. So racism is about survival, which is the root chakra, which is about genetic survival, watering down or utilizing a genetically dominant race or dominant genetics. You go to the procreation or the procreation chakra, which again, dealing with racism. How do you control and survive? Grafting yourself into a genetically dominant race or the human race, which again is not so clear cut about black and white. It's more about the genetics. Grafting yourself into the human race or watering down a race that is more prominent or dominant than you, so you can control it. So that's when you're dealing with the relations of black and white sexually, it's always about recessive genetic survival, not love. You have to go past the willpower chakra up to the heart chakra and all the other ones to actually love someone who is in direct opposition to your genetics, so to speak. You know, or whose existence represents your annihilation, so to speak. All right. So you know that's why be careful with dealing with witches and dealing, you know, be careful of going to other people and you know, to get readings and stuff and things done, because you could get these demons put on you, you know, and feed off of your Holy Spirit when the Most High may already be blessing you, even in disguise. So that's why patience is a very good thing to have when you're in the season of love and I want to start mating and things like that. Patience it's a virtue, but it's also a way of showing faith and sacrifice. That's why a season of celibacy can help you think clearly and get into a mode where you have a relationship with yourself where you know what's best for you. Whereas when you're in a toxic energy or when you're a little too spiritually possessed, toxic relationships can be spiritual ones too. I talked about being a spirit wife and things like that. You know, you may not know what's good for you because you may be feeding parasites instead of feeding your actual soul. So that's why doing cleansings before invoking love is a good thing. So let me get back to the questions here. Yeah. Yeah, men being a negative distraction. Okay, I hope it's not buffering anymore. Yeah, you're welcome, Lotus. What about the Lilith energy? Coachik, you asked like 20 minutes ago. People mention Lilith a lot. You know, you're welcome, Nina. Yeah. Vulva is the true European witchcraft. Wicca is a new age counterfeit. Exactly. Because, you know, I tend to, you know, people talk about, when people who don't know the craft, they automatically assume a witch is someone who practices Wicca. And I have to correct people. Wiccans are not necessarily witches. Wicca is a new age religion, counterfeit at that. Whereas being a witch does not mean you're a Wiccan, and being a Wiccan does not mean you're a witch. There's nothing about Wicca that specifically deals with witchcraft. Wicca deals with celebratory feast, certain rites, yes, but it's more of a religion. It's more of a religion and tradition, loosely at that, based off of an amalgam of indigenous traditions. It's completely new age. Being a Wiccan does not mean you're a witch, and being a witch does not mean you're Wiccan. So that's why I try and talk about things to help people understand, you know, all this Black Lives Matter stuff and everything. When you're talking about the appropriation of cultures and such, if we really want to have discussions about race, we have to start talking about genetics and folklore and actual history of Africa and Europe. We cannot rely on American culture and consciousness to be the foundation of our discussions on race. Because Black people here are inferior and white people here are racist. So we have to talk about mythology and folklore and ancestry. People who are able to think, because the association of Black with Africa and the association of white with Europe is the main problem on this planet when it comes to the context of racism. Simple as that. So about Lilith, Lilith is, put simply, the serpent that was in the Garden of Eden. Again, Lilith is that succubus energy that feeds off of the woman, or feeds off of the innocent woman, and even corrupts the innocent woman, you know, with that parasite. The serpent also represents a parasite, like a worm or a snake. So when you're dealing with the parasite, you're dealing with that Lucifer. You're dealing with the one, you know, in Vodun, white skin became a curse, like leprosy, because the first Orisha to being given the white cloth to wear that Obatala wears, the first Orisha who was given that cloth started looking down on everyone because they had this different color, this white color. And they wore, and they wore that white color, and they gained this pride and didn't want anyone to touch them, and they started looking down. True, that Orisha made having white skin a curse and gave Obatala the white cloth, and Obatala became our prominent father figure Orisha, not like Papa Legba, but our prominent one that would be synchronized with Christ, meaning Obatala is the representation of the creators. Now, Bible, the context of the Bible. Lucifer, fallen angel. Why? Because Lucifer was the most beautiful angel in heaven. The most beautiful, the most prominent, the most, um, whatever, the most beautiful angel, and had the best voice, right? So Lucifer ruled the choir in heaven, and Lucifer subsequently ruled entertainment in heaven. Well, what happened with Lucifer? Rebellious. Lucifer's sin, what was Lucifer's deadly sin? Pride. One of the 7 deadly sins, but the most prominent, because it's the one Lucifer had. Develop all these the other 7 deadly ones in a way. So what happened? Lucifer cast out of heaven to crawl on his belly. What happens when an angel loses his wings? Right, you become like a human on earth. What happens when a dragon loses its wings? It becomes a snake or a serpent. But a serpent was never a dragon. A serpent was always a serpent, huh? A dragon that loses his wings becomes a snake. So that is to say that there's the creatures, it's like a caterpillar is not a butterfly. A butterfly that has no wings. Is it a caterpillar of Lilith? When I say Lilith was the serpent, or the snake, the serpent that seduced Eve to eat the forbidden fruit, to be like her, knowledge of good and evil. No, to be like God. The serpent said, you will be like God, eat this fruit. Knowing good from evil. Well, what had to happen in order for them to know good from evil? They had to become human, right? So it's like this. It wasn't of Obatala cast down, Lucifer cast down. These were the ones that were given prominent roles, given that color white. So Lilith represents Lilith represents somewhat, so what to speak, the I don't want to say Jezebel energy, but to understand, Lilith is that the feminine expression of Satan. It's a feminine expression of Satan, or it's that succubus where you go to the woman to get the power from the man, because the life was breathed into the man, and the man was created first in God's image, and the woman was created in the man's image. But it's known that the angels were very jealous of humans in some instances, because of Adam being given God's direct breath. The angels were not given the breath, they were created, but they were not created in the image of the Most High, nor were they given the presence. And this is in the oracle consultation. Lilith represents that feminine succubus energy, like that feminine consciousness of Satan that I was talking about, that seduces the innocent woman into being corrupt, or into doing witchcraft, eating the apple, cutting off the ear, putting blood in spaghetti sauce, what have you, to have power over the, Lilith represents the way Satan gets into the ears of a woman to be in rebellion to the Most High, so to speak. Now, commonly Lilith is known to be a Kabbalah deity. Kabbalah being a, or the Hebrew Israelite Vodun in a way, so to speak. Kabbalah can be looked at as like the inversion of the tree of life and the satanic ways that the ancient Hebrew traditions are now practiced for the synagogue of Satan, or the, you know, I don't want to, I feel like if I say what I said last time that they're gonna cut me off again. But you know, what if I say Rothschild? Y'all know what, you know, talk about a counterfeit ethnicity, Falcon Eye. I don't want to get into too deep, but we're talking about the synagogue of Satan, and the Kabbalah can be looked at as a and I'm not demonizing the whole tradition. I don't know everything about it to say, but what I'm saying is in general, some of the occult science behind it is it's an inversion of the tree of life. And Lilith is someone in these occult synagogue of Satan Kabbalah traditions or practices is honored as the first wife of Adam. Well, what does that sound like if we do the synchronizations? It sounds like Oya being Shango's lover, to be with Shango, and then Oya coming and manipulating, you know, or you know, Eve going and talking to Lilith, or Oya in this case, and then getting witchcraft, doing what's told, and then you know, things getting falling from grace, falling from the grace of the Most High by listening to the woman. Being considered the first wife of Adam, who wanted to be on top. All right, well, Oya breathed the fire. Oya, again, she's a divine warrior, and we can call on her, especially women, we can call on her to help her fight our women problems, because she can fight the men and even defeat the men. You know, Oya breathed the fire. So that to the man, and I don't know, you know, I don't know if that word is going to ring and resonate with the audience as much as the woman was designed to be submissive to the man. And, you know, Lilith represents the ways that a woman can be seduced outside of her place and her design. And we're not talking about the virgin as, you know, she's not a virgin can be a woman before she's had her blood too, but even when a woman's 12, 13 or 14 is royal or super peasant, whatever, you know what I'm saying. But in the middle ground, it's nothing wrong with a woman growing into, and in fact that's the design. A woman is designed to grow into her womanhood, just as a boy is, but not to be in rebellion to it. So the mythos of Lilith wanting to be on top, of wanting to have sex with Adam, but her being on top, and that being looked at as bad, and then therefore Lilith being cast away because either Adam complained or the Most High looked down on that and didn't approve of it, and so Lilith being cast away into the wild, and Eve being the second wife. So we have this story to deal with, and then we have the added layer to it, where Lilith, in her, you know, wilderness exploitation, decides to, you know, start eating children, or you know, even eating the children that Adam and Eve have, so to speak, out of vengeance, maybe, or she becomes this, you know, this bloodthirsty creature almost, due to being cast in the wild, and develops bloodlust, or in some understanding will eat the children out of vengeance, what have you. And Falcon Eye is saying Baal or Lilith is the cult of Baal. Lilith is the vampire. Well, yes, that's the succubus energy of the vamp, the incubus succubus energy, of the vamp or the Draculas. And that goes into some other things too, but like I'm saying, we have that story to deal with, where really, this is that's one of those things that, yes, there is truth to that in spiritism, where like Falcon I mentioned, the cult of Baal and Lilith, the vampire, where you're dealing with the incubus succubus spirits that my Black Rose exorcism is crafted to banish. When you're dealing with that spirit of Lilith, in the sense, you're dealing with a spirit that feeds off of the innocence of a female, and the sexual desires of a male. You're dealing with a succubus. Again, is a spirit that a succubus feeds off of a male's energy, but a succubus feeds off of an incubus who feeds off of a woman. So what nourishment is the succubus getting? The succubus, just like the incubus, they both get their energy from the innocent female. They both get their energy from the innocent. A succubus can take a man's energy, but so to speak, I'll put it like this. When we're talking about Lilith, you're dealing with you're dealing with a entity that has disguised itself as almost like Medusa. Medusa is a deity, a gorgon, that developed a bad reputation, but was actually innocent in the situation. Medusa is known to be ugly, to turn men to stone, to blah, 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 blah. But Medusa was actually a gorgon who had the unfortunate situation of having Poseidon fall in love with her and getting the wrath of Athena, who then turned Medusa the way she looked. Or if you want to get more ancient, Medusa already looked like that because she was a gorgon, and gorgons represent, what did I talk about? Serpents. Gorgons represent serpents or dragons. The original wingless dragon was a gorgon, and the gorgon is the cousin of the naga, which are dragons. Yeah. So Medusa was a gorgon, or a water serpent. Yeah. And why did Poseidon love her? Because she had a lot of wisdom, right? She knew a lot and read a lot. But she was an African deity, and Poseidon loved her because, of course, she did have a cove in the water under the sea. It led, it was a cave, but led to, under the sea. So Lilith is looked at as like a Medusa who really has this backstory of being innocent, and having this story attached to her based on a lie that another jealous deity told, you know. Whereas Medusa, I mean, Lilith is not innocent. Lilith is not innocent. Oya isn't innocent. You know, and I understand, and that story, as African, I understand, you know, how Oya relates to that situation of, you know, not being innocent, but, you know, being able to be a dominant woman. But when you're dealing with Lilith, you're dealing with a spirit that it's an actual spirit that can manifest, but it's something, it's an aspect of Satan, and it's an aspect of Lucifer. Just like Papa Legba has different aspects, you know, or just like, you know, Erzulies has Danto, has Freda, has Kinwa, has Toho, has Yarouj. Yeah. Well, take one moment. Peace. Peace. I'm just waiting on a food. I'm just waiting on a delivery. But Lilith, the egregore, the deity, the entity, is not an innocent one that women can really call on, you know, and this and that. It, you know, like someone like Medusa, who's, you know, who was known to be ugly and vicious, but really was loved by Poseidon and you know, almost cursed or whatever, put in this bad situation out of the jealousy. Lilith is a female aspect of Satan that seduces women who have that inclination to dominate a man, and who believe it's my right and my authority to be equal, and I want to dominate, and I want to go against the natural design of the Most High. And it has nothing to do with being on top sexually. If you can do it, then if you can do it, then the Most High approves. You got to understand something. The Most High created a woman with a clitoris, which is something that a man doesn't have. A woman has a sex organ that is only for pleasure, whereas the penis has multiple functions. The clitoris has one, to give a woman sexual pleasure. So the Most High is not flawed in his creation of the female. Furthermore, the Most High designed a woman to arouse a man. So the woman is supposed to be arousing to a man. A woman, therefore, is designed to earn a man's love and favor for her through expressing the beauty she was designed to express for a man's pleasure. A woman is designed for a man's pleasure. The clitoris is designed for the woman's pleasure. Now, is a man designed for a woman's pleasure? Naturally. Naturally. That's why women do enjoy sex. But without the clitoral stimulation, or without that proper love and nurturing of the woman's femininity that a man will do when he's really aroused and really in love, she's not going to really receive that penetrating pleasure. So for people who didn't know how women work sexually, because a lot of men don't, and a lot of you women, you don't know how you work either. That's what witches are for. But no, you know, what I'm saying is Lilith is something that is a consciousness that manipulates women into thinking they're in the right when they start deviating into feminism. That's that aspect of Satan that gets women into the Jezebel spirit. That Jezebel is typically known for uber feminine women, so to speak, who want to wear makeup and want to seduce and do all these so coquettish things and seductive things on the outside. Lilith is for the woman who, Lilith is the way the satanic forces can get to a woman who, well, the woman who is above being feminine, but doesn't want to be associated with being in rebellion to the Most High. Meaning, I don't like to wear makeup and stuff, and I don't, I don't want to, I don't want to dress this way and that way because, I don't want to feel objectified, and I shouldn't be objectified, and I should, and I don't want a man to objectify me and to degrade me, or look at me as everything. When in reality, that's what a woman is designed. A woman is designed for a man's pleasure and to his nurturing. So there are women who really don't want to be in that role and be in their design. There are women who don't want to give men pleasure. And they don't realize it. But that's how Lilith works. In being in rebellion to femininity. And it's a different form. See, the Jezebel spirit rules the feminism agenda and all this interracial dating and casting black women aside, homosexuality and the LGBT RSTUV movement. That's the Jezebel spirit. Even the unicorns or the rainbows, all the multicolored things, all to manipulate people into unity, which is the New World Order ideology. It's all the same, it's all the same. Black and white, children and adults, transgender clowns from outer space, which is another upload, but that deals with the Jezebel spirit of that's connected to the Baphomet, which goes from men and women not knowing their place to it don't matter. Women can be men can be women. Now you have Baphomet, where the man is the woman and the woman is the man, and I got breast and a penis. And where are we at now with the Baphomet? Cloning. What do they call them designer babies that they make? Mark of the Beast, chips and nanobites. The rise of transgender. It's beyond being a transvestite is a woman who dresses like a man or a man who dresses like a woman. All right, so what? Gay people do that all the time, or homosexual people do that all the time. But transgender, you're dealing with a person who has undergone sex changes, or gender changes. Now, before, gender represented masculine and feminine, and sex was male and female. Now they took that out of education, so I see the new age doesn't know the difference. So they throw the word gender around, but before, gender specifically meant the way you expressed your sex. It was masculine, androgynous, or feminine was gender, and sex was male, female, or intersex, or hermaphrodite, or transgender. So when you're talking about a transgender person, you really actually are you're talking about the people who have had sex changes and undergone hormonal therapy to make their voices deeper or high pitch, or to make their breasts bigger or smaller, um, facial structure, jaw lines, hair growth, what have you. And it's sad if you look at some of the horror stories or results of the regret that happens when people come out of their demonic possession. But that's how I would suggest you deal with Lilith, like a form of a feminine form of Satan that manipulates women who, you know, don't want to really truly understand what it means to be submissive to a man, or what it means to be the weaker vessel, and what it means to be aligned with that. For women who feel like their femininity is taken away from them when they are being objectified, or when they are arousing a man, or doing things to arouse or stimulate a man, when they are being humble to a man, or soft spoken, or when they are using feminine wiles to get what they want from a man instead of using forward assertive aggressiveness. um you know when a woman is living according to the Bible and what the biblical standards are for her as a wife, instead of what the worldly standards are, which is essentially being a gold digger. So that's that Lilith energy, when a woman feels that she is in the right, and to kind of be in rebellion to those uber feminine principles that are biblical. No, the Bible doesn't talk too much about a woman's attractiveness, and a lot of times it talks about it in a negative way. But that's those things of seducing that go along with gold digging, or go along with prostitution, of let me do things to seduce and arouse men, because a lot of that leads to seducing and arousing married men, and that's irresponsible. um and I know I have to be careful of that too, but it's not about, not that you intentionally go after married men, but there's just some things, there's a way that you can, present yourself in public that can draw attention from married men, and some of that goes along the lines of sisterhood, and respecting other women by, you know presenting yourself a certain way when you're single, unmarried, and even sometimes when you're sexier, and when you got it going on. Don't be a bragger. Don't brag too much, about certain things. But it's more so, when the Bible kind of more so talks about the principles, not the physical appearance of a woman, um but the principles that she lives by that makes her a good wife. The Bible does talk about attractive women. It does mention when women are beautiful and very attractive. Song of Solomon. He's talking about the woman who's very black, his first love, and she's very dark skinned. And he's a whole book of the Bible is dedicated to her beauty, and them being attracted to each other. Um, and the poetry of that. We got Rebecca, who is Jacob or Israel's, second wife, but is his first love. And talking about her being beautiful, and her sister Leah not being as attractive, but being fertile. So, you know, that's that spirit of Lilith. And that's what Lilith can kind of invoke in a woman. That saying where, you know what, I want a man, but I don't want to have to work for it. I deserve a man because I'm a woman, not because I'm virtuous, not because I'm a good cook, not because I'm willing to submit to him and nurture him and put him first and let him lead me in the household. I deserve a man because I want a man right now. I'm horny right now and I need some dick right now, and that's that Lilith energy of a woman who needs dick. And it's always amazing to me because, again, for a woman to really get wet and to be properly satisfied, her whole body is the way a penis feels. Like, our whole body needs to be stimulated and nourished and loved and made love to and aroused in a lot of ways. So whenever you hear a woman like, I need some dick, that's that kind of on top, like, I want to dominate a man. I want to you know it's very it's very aggressive, almost brutal. It doesn't really, I know it's just a figure of speech, but compare that to saying I make love, or I miss my husband, or I desire my lover. I need some dick. Like, it just sounds like you want to get bruised and beaten, because that's a phallus, and there's nothing about that indicating that you want your clitoris stimulated. It's just saying, I want to be penetrated. So that it just comes off as a woman trying to behave like a man who can project and penetrate and leave with less attachments, because he's the projector, and the woman is receiving. So when a woman says, like, I need it's want to dominate a man by making him feel objectified, when that's just not how biology works. um and Lilith, it deals with that spell that I've talked about, dominating Black men, as using them as sex slaves. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what happened in slavery. Dominating men, controlling men, and also controlling. And this is the main thing about it: controlling a man and keeping a man from his rightful wife, keeping a man from the woman who is uber feminine and nurturing and loving and submissive. So, it's not so much about what sex position you prefer, so much as it's about how you view your role in a relationship. um so, be careful of that succubus energy. Be careful of men who are already in love with another woman in a toxic way, where he's in love with a woman who does not love him back, isn't loving him back, and you're willing to, but he's choosing to love her and just kind of just keeping you around. He's choosing to receive your love, but he's actively loving her. Um, that, if you feel like a blood spell, love spell is backfired, it could just be that, that the love for you is not there and isn't strong enough. And it doesn't mean you don't love this person, but if a man is still in love with another woman, and he's just kind of using you to fill in for her, and for what she didn't do and wouldn't do, and you're the good woman willing to do that, but he's still tied to the succubus, to that Lilith energy where he likes being dominated. Some there are men out here who like being dominated, and they don't want to lead themselves. They don't want to govern themselves. They're not masculine. They're bitch made, and they weren't raised right, or they didn't have a male figure or a good role model that disciplined them, or some men, they just simply don't have the desire to 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 clean up their life and to organize their life and to put things in order. Some men prefer to live in chaos, and that can come with keeping drama around. So if you're doing a spell where you want things to get a little more serious and everything, this man may not be emotionally mature or ready for what you're ready for and what you're looking for. There's some men who they want to be they like to keep women full of drama around them. So they're always going to be entertained by women who are trying to get him to cheat. They think that's funny, they think it's cute, they think it's entertaining. They like drama. But they also like your healing, your nurturing. They like your stability. But they get bored, and they can't give you stability because they have kids here and there, and they may have other kids that they may, because they didn't control their seed when they were younger, or they still don't control their seed. So ladies, be careful with dealing with men in general who are not governed by the Most High through their actions. You will know a tree by its fruit. So actions speak louder than words. If a man isn't already bearing fruit that shows he's marriage material, um, keep him in his place. Don't go too far. Don't get engaged. Try not to get pregnant, of course. Another thing to understand is when some relationships are getting serious, it can invoke a lot of jealousy. If you're getting closer to marriage and you're happier and things are getting serious and things are going good, because marriage creates a strong bond. Even if you both are broke and poor, if you're in a relationship that's protected by the Most High, and it says, what let no man tear apart. So if you have something like that, keep praying and doing what you were doing. Don't turn around and do something different trying to protect it. Because the closer you get with a person and with the Most High, the more jealousy you'll start to see around you. And when a person's jealous, they're going to try and sabotage the good things going for you. So a lot of times you'll get people coming at you because they're jealous of your partner, or coming at your partner because they're jealous of you. If you're with a man or a woman who is not used to attention, and you and your bright, shining, powerful energy start to put spotlight on this person who's not used to attention because you've fallen in love with them, be careful. See how that person deals with the attention, because this is how a lot of cheating starts. A lot of cheating starts by a person who can't find a good mate because they are a star that outshines everyone everywhere they go. So they can't find a mate because there's not many stars around who are single. So they have to settle for whatever's around. So they settle for the best that they can find because there is no eligible men or women around, usually men. So the woman has to settle because that literally is the best that she can find, the best that she can get in her circumstance. And because she's a star who has to settle, or because, who has to settle for someone who does not shine, spotlight is put on this person, and now this person looks brighter and starts to get attention that they're not used to getting. And now they're used to living a life, they're used to getting attention they don't know how to deal with. When you're an attractive person, you know how to deal with attention. When you're not an attractive person, you don't know how to deal with attention. And when I say deal with attention, I mean, you have wisdom behind it. You know when a person's flattering you. You know when a person's genuinely interested. You know when a person has an ulterior motive and they're trying to get to something. You know when a person sees you as a tool that they can use to elevate themselves because you get attention and you shine so much. You know when you're being objectified, and you know when you're being admired. You know when you're being respected, and you know when you're being feared. You know when you're being competed with. And you know when someone is genuinely showing you friendship. These are things you are very keen to when you are extremely beautiful or extremely sexy and attractive and intelligent. Because there's a lot of dumb, attractive people out here, and you see where they end up. Usually pregnant with kids and overweight by the time they're 30. So that's what happens when you get stupid attractive people. When you get smart attractive people, you get very old, very sexy people who don't waste their time with a lot because they're smart and they know how psychology works. And it takes a very attractive, powerful person, because beauty is power, attractiveness is power. Being desired is a power that's most desired, but few can handle it. You have to be intelligent or it'll consume you. And it'll fade at a very young age. So, that's another thing that is to be considered. You got a lot of beautiful women who are forced to settle, or who just can't find eligible mate, and who, sometimes settling comes from that lack of patience, and willingness to move somewhere or do something different. But there's a lot of that happens a lot, and when you put spotlight, when you help someone shine who's not a star, that's what happens. They that might become more addicted to the attention than to you. You got to be careful letting a man who's not attractive know what it's like to be desired by beautiful women. A man who is not used to being desired. If you a beautiful woman, a lot of times you got, and sisters, you got to be careful. Because when you're a beautiful woman who has a beautiful soul, and you find yourself attracted to a man who he may not be the most attractive, but you see the qualities in him that you want, and you start to show attraction to him, a lot of those men are not ready for beautiful women. They're gonna fear you. They're gonna hate you. Some of them, some people got so much hatred pent up for attractive, sexy people that they'll act like they'll get around you just to make you suffer, because there's people out here who hate beautiful people. They hate us. They hate people with Holy Spirit. They hate people who can shine. They hate people with confidence. They hate people who represent the ideal and who know it. So you got to be careful out here, because a lot of people, they're not ready for it, and they objectify. They'll objectify. People who are ugly and unattractive, whatever, they the main ones who objectify beautiful people. They're the main ones who think that we don't have feelings and we don't have a soul and we don't, you know, they're the main ones because they don't know what it's like to be objectified. They may know more what it's like to not be given attention at all. But those are also the people who your parents loved you because your parents were never jealous of you. Other people supported you because they didn't see you as a threat. Other people elevated you and gave you promotions because you make them look better. So you got to be careful about ugly people because the life that ugly people really live it can be a lot better because they don't threaten anybody. And they make other people look good, so people will elevate them and promote them and love them. But when you're a beautiful, sexy child, you'll know hatred at a young age. Because usually 1 out of 2 parents is going to be jealous and start hating on you. And a lot of that starts with the fact that the other parent loves you because you're so beautiful. Maybe loves you a little too much. A little more than they love the spouse because you're so beautiful and new. And then you go through your life knowing how easily people can hate you just by someone else loving you, just by you being new and beautiful. So there's things that ugly people just don't know because a lot of ugly people out here, they know they know what it's like to get ahead because they're not a threat. You know, that's how sympathy magic works. When people use sympathy magic, they use you feeling bad for them to manipulate you into doing what they want you to do. That's how homeless people get rich. Sympathy spells. Sympathy spells. So what am I talking about in the context of love spells backfiring? A lot of you are getting involved with people who have a sympathy spell. They you know and they're and they may have talents, this and that, but they can't measure up. They can't relate to you because they're not attractive and they don't know what it's like to live a life of being a star and outshining others. They don't know what that's like. And so they got these sympathy spells going on to get the energy of stars, of people with bright, good, shining, Holy Spirit, people with the holy glow. You know, these ugly people and you know, low vibration people who are unproductive, they'll get sympathy, they'll get, you know, they'll get good women, sometimes good men, to feel bad and fall in love out of sympathy and out of seeing the person's potential. Don't get into relationships based on potential. Fuck potential. What does that person have going on right now? Fuck, I'm going to, or I want to, or I'm working toward, or I'm finna about to. Fuck that. You know, make a list of what you want in a man and stick to it and don't falter. And if you falter, like I have done on occasion, expect the bullshit that comes with it, you know? So you know, I speak from my own experiences too, you know, and now I'm you know, until I see some other questions or whatever, but especially when you're a woman, because a man can take in a woman and provide stability for her, and she'll change just because she got some stability and she don't have to worry about nothing else, you know. And if she's not too corrupted or addicted to something toxic, a man can keep a woman, but as a woman, you you know you want to don't keep a man unless he's keeping you. You okay? Don't don't. Thank you, Coachy. Sometimes I gotta, because I gotta know if people. I need feedback sometimes, because I've been to talk to myself, like I'm talking to myself, but it's good to know someone's listening. But like, but for real, hold on, let me see if that's my food box. Peace. Um, don't keep a man if he ain't keeping you. And what I mean by that is, if all a man has to offer is a little bit of this or a little bit of that, just keep that in its place. If you're getting something from it. But a man can keep a woman having stability and having what he needs. When a man has what he needs, he can even get a woman to agree to let him have a mistress, because she's so comfortable and she's so sexually satisfied that she don't mind sharing, because she has more than enough and she don't want to let it go. But when you out here working and independent and your bills are hardly paid, and you need some dick, but then the man can't even get you off and rub you down and do what you need to do after you done worked and everything, don't keep a man that ain't keeping you. If a man's broke and he can't offer you nothing, then the sex needs to be stellar, spectacular, because you're really paying for it. So, if a man is giving you friendship, and you can call him if your boyfriend beats on you, or you can call him if some girls is messing with you at work, or your boss is being kind of sexist, racist, or your car broke down, or you had a problem with business this week, and you need a cool 200 to get you through, the next check or whatever, and he's doing that for you and not expecting you to suck his dick afterwards and blah blah. That's a good friend. That's a man who, if he's doing that consistently and has been doing that consistently, that's the one who you need to consider busting down for. If you feel safe and he's not already seeing other women, if that, and if he's ugly and unattractive and he's doing that, then bust down privately. It don't have to be nobody's business. Some guys may brag or whatever, but don't have no social media around. But if a man is doing things for you and helping you, that those are the, and being a friend as a woman, sometimes those are the men who you need to do sexual favors for. But a lot of times as women, we do sexual favors for men who we want and are attractive, but are just using us for money, or using us in general, and they're not doing anything for us and have no intention to. So that's what I'm saying. Don't deal with no, I'm about to, I want to, blah blah, I'm working on. That's nigger talk. That's how niggers talk. That's nigger talk. That's nigger talk. Don't deal with a nigger, unless his dick is stellar, or unless it's gonna benefit you somehow, preferably more than it benefits him. Deal with a man who does take you on dates. Deal with a man who is willing to take you out somewhere nice. Don't deal with a man who wants to meet you alone in his home the first date, or Netflix and chill the first date. Now, with coronavirus, I can't say that as much. You understand? Because it's hard to say whether it's safer to be out in public or not. That's to people's discretion. But in the context of it in general, don't deal with a man where the first thing he wants is to get you in a private place. He has done nothing to earn it, unless he has been helping you with money and this and this and that. And you know, but if a man's trying to get you in a private place with in the first, you know, dates and things like that, make sure you are all in agreement of what your arrangement is. Meaning, if he's been giving you money, that's not going to stop. He needs to be keep giving you money or keep doing this or that for you. Or, you know, you need to set some standards, because a lot of times if a man does help you, he's expecting something. You know, a lot of times men these days, they won't help you without they're expecting something. But there are some real gentlemen out here who they have it, they know you need it, and they'll give it to you because they know you need it, not because they dick sucked and they want to feel on you and steal all your sexual energy without really having earned it. Without real, because you know, money can earn respect and favor, but it doesn't really earn sex. When you're dealing with sacred femininity, sex is something that either the spirits earn. You know, you have a spiritual bond that's being played out, or it's well, really, that's, you know, it's physical too. But if your sex has a dollar amount on it, it's not worth much. You know, have sex for you. If you feel like you have to do something sexual for money or to get by, that make sure that's your decision, and make sure it's something that you, because there's some women who enjoy that, and they're doing it because they enjoy it. That's their business and that's their decision. You know, especially if they're not out here doing it with married men and they're just doing it on their own accord, and they're making bank. But remember, ladies, if there's a price for your sex, then it's not worth anything at all. Sex should be for love, for marriage, for the ancestors. Um, so remember, you know, don't. There's a lot of men who have nothing, who really don't have nothing to offer. And they'll convince you into thinking you may be desperate, whatever, and they'll convince you into thinking chump change was really chump change, that's worth something, and it's really not. All right, I'll be just give me a couple minutes. I gotta go downstairs. I'll be right back. Intermission. All right, I'm really sorry about that, you all. Had to get my food box because I don't want anyone to steal it. Saying, you know, let a man show you. Actions speak louder than words. You know, and you will know a tree by its fruit. So a real responsible man is going to have something to offer before he starts putting himself out there in dating. And what a man has to offer when he is, you know, putting himself out there to date and talking about sex and things like that, it shows you how much respect he really has for himself and for others and for you as a woman. It shows what he's looking for, if he's looking for something easy or if he's looking for something serious. Because a woman who's serious about her body, whatever, she's going to require a certain, you know, standards of protection in case of a pregnancy, namely marriage. If a woman doesn't want to get married, you know, there's discussion, things that are discussed that let you know how serious a person is about you in a relationship with you. So a lot of men, Black men especially, like to convince a woman to settle for less and settle for whatever it is he has to offer. And a lot of brothers want you to get with him when he's in a building phase instead of when he's in a this is what I have to offer phase. And a lot of brothers who don't have too much to offer are seeking high quality sisters. They want the finest sisters. They want the most spiritual sisters who got all natural hair, which takes maintenance. They want women with the sexiest bodies, which for most women take maintenance. They want the sisters who are educated, who this and that. They want women more educated than him. Then they don't want to listen to her guidance and advice. But they are broke. They're working minimum wage jobs, if they're working at all, you know, and they want these high caliber women, high caliber sisters. So, you know, that's why I say sisters, you know, a lot of these white women who are with these Black men, they can afford to just get some dick and pay him off, you know, but you know, and whatever he give her, that's good to her. But sisters, don't deal with these brothers out here who have nothing to offer. Don't deal with these men who the sex is whack, and it's not. The sex should be a spa experience for you if the man is broke, you know, and it should be what you want when you want it. And if you are in a relationship where the man doesn't have much, or he's got kids and this and that, and you just have a sexual thing, if he's not there for you when you call him, you know, obviously, you know, kids may have to come first. But if it's like, okay, it's been a couple days, you know, we're both free Friday, and that's when you're ready, and he can't come through, dump him. Give him 2 chances. Don't give a man the third. Because if a man is showing that he's not going to put you first when he can, and he's showing you that he can, but he's not willing, he's not able. Usually there's other women around who are asking for less and willing to do more. Or has a parasite or a succubus who makes sure that he can't do anything for another woman like you. And when a man has a succubus that he's attached to and a parasite, she's going to make sure that he stays financially unstable, because that causes other women to leave. You may love him, but if the man's always broke, 9 times out of 10, a woman's gonna leave. Or if the man is if he's always sick or always unhealthy, you know, if the man's always down, you know, and that's how succubus work. If they can't, if you know, it's about seeing the man as a resource and feeding off of, feeding off of that, but never giving him pleasure. You're the one to give him pleasure, but she gets all the resources. That's when you're dealing with a man who has a parasite or a succubus. I realize because I'm in a relationship right now, I'm doing shadow work at the same time. It's hard by experiencing past traumas and releasing from them. Yeah. Well, here I just want to, reiterate, because this looks like it's going to be another 5-hour one. I don't know why time lapses with me, but I just start rambling. So again, I just want to talk about, I mentioned this in the first 2 uploads that I did, and this is pistachios. And or my brew that I've been sipping, it has pistachio. Pistachio is good for breaking love spells. It has pistachio ice cream. It also has mint, eucalyptus, basil, clove, pumpkin spice, and some mint chocolate chip gelato, and roses, and black pepper. So the main things in this are the pistachio for breaking love spells, helping you be confident in your decision to leave a toxic relationship. The cloves are good for helping numb pain. So if you are experiencing the pain of someone breaking up with you, the pistachio with the cloves can help numb that pain until you get over that heartache and that hump, and love yourself, fill that void, or find a more suitable partner to love you. Black pepper is good for exorcism. So cloves is good for exorcism, but it has that numbing spice element. So it allows you, clove is like, it's peppery, but it's also it's a spice that goes good with sweet things too. And clove helps you exorcise the unclean things that are not needed, and anything that, it helps you exercise anything causing you pain, and it'll help you keep the things that cause you pleasure or that give you warmth and heat. So that's why clove is an excellent complementary spice with pistachio, with rose, if you're going through, and black pepper if you're going through a breakup, or if you are, if you're preparing to break ties with someone who is not good for you. Rose is good for love divination. Rose is good for divination in general, love, but roses are really good for any romantic divination and understanding romantic chemistry, and getting intuition about matters of love and matters of the heart. Roses are really good for invoking truth. Red roses, or dried red roses, dead red roses are good for Oya, bringing out truth. And these you can I garnish. You can make dust out of them, garnish it, incense, whatever. It's good to eat. So the dried dark red roses or dead red roses, good for Yansan and invoking the truth of a matter, and getting to the heart of something and really determining what's best for you. Putting aside emotions and things like that and determining what is best for me and what works for me. Sometimes that could be just a sexual situation. Sometimes it's divorce. Sometimes it's humbling yourself and being like, you know what, I really like this person. Let me do what it takes to keep them or get them. Um, Yellow roses are really good for Oshun, for dealing with the sweetness of romance, and for dealing with jealousy and um enchantment. And yellow roses can really give you energy to create and do crafts that will keep things together. So the yellow roses will inspire you, and help you appreciate what you have in a relationship, and yellow will inspire you to make yourself more attractive to your partner, and to do things that are more pleasing and more satisfying to your partner in order to keep them. And yellow will also, it will give you creative energy, where if you do a ritual or a spell, you'll have the right energy and the right alignment and understanding to make it actually work. Remember, Oshun makes things work. And she's that mystery, that honey that none of the Orisha wanted around because they didn't understand it, and she was the youngest. But she did things when none of the other Orisha could. Oshun was the one to do it, and they never considered her because she was so young. But she, in a lot of ways, is the most powerful in a lot of circumstances, where she was able to accomplish things just off of her confidence of being able to, that none of the Orisha could, and they can't understand why, just like they don't understand why her skin glows. So yellow will, you know, um, yellow will make you alert to jealousies around, and help you defeat them by investing your time and energy and your sexual energy into your partner, so they don't so they don't get distracted by someone else. Now pink roses will help with friendship and with deep intuition. So pink roses you can use as garnish or whatever, or decorate your altar with, what have you, when you want more intimacy with your partner, like more fun times, more little, you want to have more fun times, even talking, getting to know each other more deeper, where you feel closer on a mental, emotional level, um where you're becoming friends, with your partner, and they start, and you all start to let your guards down and feel comfortable with each other, and start to develop a bond. That's what pink roses will also make the sex more intimate, where it's not just about getting off, but the sex is about satisfying each other, touching each other. So pink roses will help you make love instead of just having sex. um and give you strong intuition. Pink roses will let you know if your partner looked at somebody in a desired way, if they flirting at work, if they inboxing somebody, or if they're involved in some type of cheating, or getting to that point. So pink roses will give you a strong intuition with your partner, strong ESP, extrasensory perception. So that's what pink roses will do for you. White roses will give you psychic power. Now, pink deals with the intuition and everything, but white roses are good for pure psychic power, wisdom. So white roses are maybe good when you you've been cheated on, but you've decided to forgive. Roses are really good for when forgiveness is paramount in keeping a marriage together, or keeping it together for the kids. It says it's reconnecting. I hate to talk when it says that, because then I don't know if you can hear me or not, so um but um So white roses will be really good for marriages, mending marriages. And what you can do if someone has been cheated on in a marriage and you're still in a state of forgiveness. Now I'm talking about when you both are working on it. I'm talking about your partner has decided they have cut that person off, and they have decided to go along with every boundary that you have set for you to feel comfortable again, and you are still dealing with your forgiveness. That's when the white roses will help forgiveness and mending the marriage, keeping things together. You can add some mirrors or put a bouquet of white roses on top of a mirror on your altar, and have jasmine incense and some sage and basil, and that will really, and you do an invocation, ring a bell, pray with that, your altar, like that. That's really gonna help with forgiveness. That's what I'm being told right now. Someone's dealing with this situation where, and it could even be the sister who um yes, a bouquet of white roses on top of a mirror, preferably a mirror in the shape of a circle or a hexagon. Octagon could work, but you want a hexagon or a circle, and a bouquet of white roses on top, jasmine incense, or jasmine oil. You can have a light blue can, then you can sprinkle some sage around, and basil, and you can make your own incense with sage and basil, but sprinkle that around the base of the mirror, you know and light your jasmine incense, ring your bell, and then start praying to the Most High. And this is a ritual that you can do daily with your jasmine incense, or you can do, you know, or you can, sorry, the cats are going crazy. Stop. Or you can do it daily, like a meditation, or you can make a ritual out of it, and do a forgiveness spell. But if you're really in a marriage where kids are involved and you want to stay together, you said your sister's name is Jazz. Yeah, well, I knew something was, because I was getting something, and I'm like, because this is not something that I've done, but I'm clearly seeing someone doing it. So I know that I have to tell somebody to specifically do this. Um, the white roses on top of a circular or hexagonal mirror with white sage and basil sprinkled around the base, and jasmine incense. Ring your bell and pray, and do that as a meditation. What are you doing? Stop. Here. Stop. Now, because jasmine helps with psychic power and energy, and that generally will invoke Yemaya, and Yemaya deals with unconditional love. And so Yemaya is very forgiving of any transgressions because she loves unconditionally. And so you're going to invoke the maternal love of Yemaya that will help you understand your partner's not perfect, and that that sometimes part of marriage is it's for better or for worse. So if you're dealing with a for worse situation, and it doesn't always have to be cheating, it could be your partner got injured, the money dried up, someone lost their job, a death in the family that really took a toll on your romance. There's a lot of things that are for worse. And to be honest, a person cheating on someone isn't always the worst. It seems like it because it's so heartbreaking, and sex is such a strong bond. But remember, a lot of times people who do that are dealing with sexual trauma issues, and are dealing with some issues. And that's why this meditation spell that I've given you for forgiveness and stuff will help you see yourself clearly, and see your partner clearly, and to do the healing work needed for the relationship, instead of focusing on that other person who should no longer be in the picture. As long as that person is out of the picture, and as long as Satan is out of that picture, and you guys can work on your marriage, especially, and do it for the children, or just do it for your own future and your own sanity and your own, vows, you'll start to understand each other better. And sometimes there's things that your partner's never talked about and told you that cause them to cheat. Sometimes there's things that you've been doing, but what you'll find most, that a lot of cheating starts with lack of communication and lack of heeding the red flags that show up, you know. Coachit, oh yeah, I'm sorry about your wrist. Oh, girl, you skater? Hey, kick, push, break. No, I'm just joking. That was inappropriate. I'm sorry. I can't help myself. But I'm sorry about that. But do you have any questions? You got a chakra reading back in July. My root was shattered. My sacral chakra, my solar plexus was overworked. My heart had hooks in it from what they said. Girl. Mm-hmm. Well, when it says your heart chakra had hooks in it, that's when the cord cutting, and that's what I mean by, those soul ties, and being hooked on someone, or hooked to someone. Sometimes we can decide, okay, we're done, we don't want to deal with this person, but that incubus or succubus energy is not ready to be done with us. And so they come back and do these manipulative things, and they act like they changed and they act different, but it ends up being the same thing. And you're hooked onto that good part, that good feeling. But does the good outweigh the bad? You know? And hooks, to me, that sounds like fish hook. It sounds like you took the bait, and you're still taking bait from someone. You're still letting someone come in and do these little flattering things and act like they changed, and they're still getting your energy, and leaving you in shambles. And you've been allowing it too much. Like I said, don't give them a third. You got two hooks, but don't give them a third chance. And I'm guessing, um you see what I'm saying? When a man has nothing to offer, and they want sex, and this, that, the sex be having to be stellar, because a lot of men, they're taking your sexual energy. And a lot of men, they, and you got some men out here, they're really not even healthy enough for real sexual activity, to be honest. um but or athletic enough, you know but some, you know that's, you got to be careful of being hooked on good sex. And you know everyone's different. Some people need more sex, some people need more love, some people are more concerned about money and getting money, so you got to know your body and know your needs. Some people are hooked on good sex because they have high sex drive, and they need a partner with high sex drive. But the only person who's around or who's hollering at you or who's really eligible is somebody who you have no sexual chemistry with. These are the dilemmas of people you know um who are stars, and who don't want to settle because they can offer a lot. So when the sexual chemistry is good, but the marriage isn't there, the relationship isn't there, that's when you need to start praying and seeing like what's going on, because good sex is a weapon that a lot of men will use to get a woman hooked, and then it'll start to gradually get worse. But it's like a salesman. It was his sales pitch. So ladies, that's why you got to get to know your partner. Some of you need to know, it was the good sex a sales pitch, or does he really genuinely care about satisfying your body and you and healing you sexually? And you'll know, because the sex is either going to get better or it's going to get worse. So if the sex gets better over time and continues to get better, um and you all continue to get closer because the sex is getting better, cool beans. But if if the sex is good sometimes, but most of the time he's passing out drunk, or most of the time he's arguing or demeaning you, or most of the time he's flirting or trying to give you low self-esteem by flirting with other women or talking to other people, or about other people, and this and that, and you know you gotta like pull teeth to get a good sex, again, you know he's not putting you first. It doesn't always mean that there's someone else, but it just means that you're not a priority. And sometimes you got to pull yourself out of a situation to let a person see what it's like without you, and then you'll see whether that person can or cannot live without you, and how long they can or cannot. If a person can go a while without you, and then they come back every so often, every few weeks or whatever, they just need some sex. You got good sex, you got better sex than any other chick that he know or had or talked to, but he's not really interested in you. He may even get bored with you, or he's not he's not, he's got other stuff going on. But when he wants sex, he wants it, and that probably be every few weeks, or some guys every few days or whatever, depending on his sex drive and his health. If you get in arguments and he's apologizing that same day, or the next day, he couldn't go a few hours without you knowing that he really loves you. And yeah, we said this, we exchanged words, but I don't feel right, because that's not how I really feel, and that's not the last thing he would dare let you be on your mind in the case something happened. And in long term, people think long term, they're thinking like, man, anything could happen tomorrow, or anything. Or I might have pissed her off so much, she might call somebody else. Hell no. Let me call her back and let her know how I feel, because I can't stand the idea that she might turn to another man for what she needs. That type of guy, he gonna call you in a few hours, he gonna call you that same day, he gonna call you that same night, he gonna call you the next day. But he drunk or sober is not going to sit well with him, the idea that you may move on. You understand? And I'm not talking about he's gonna stalk you and call your phone a million times, but he might. And to be honest, you want that guy who is gonna call your phone a million times until you answer, because he wants to apologize or make sure you're not cheating, instead of that guy who will call you once every couple weeks because he really don't give a fuck about what's been going on with you in the meantime. If you're really looking for real love, you know, to some people that may sound like stalker or this or that. Well, there's some people who need a lot of space out here because they don't have a lot of love to give. But when a person has a lot of love to give and they care and they nurture and they invest in one person, they know how to set boundaries. And if a person can call you, you know, because you are on their mind and it's important, you know, you know, some people don't know how to receive love, you know. But if you're that person who you're constantly calling someone, you're constantly trying to make up with them, and you're constantly apologizing, and you're always the one to, you know, and it's not getting better for you and nothing's being reciprocated for you, then then, you know, let that person know what it's like to be without you, because there's a lot of people out here who have no empathy and who really believe the world revolves around them. And if you get into a relationship with someone who does not put you first and who is okay with losing you because they believe that you can be replaced, let them replace you. I don't care how good the sex is, how fine the person is, and all the rest. If a person believes that you can be replaced, then either you are replaceable, you know, and you below average, or you need to let the narcissist know what life is like without you, and you need to know what it's like to be appreciated. And sometimes that, you know, you're gonna have to do some cord cutting. And what you can do with cord cutting is you can get a red rope, red yarn, and if you have it, you can take DNA from the ex, from the person you want to. DNA could be sperm, it could be vaginal fluids, it could be saliva, it could be you know, it could be any type of DNA. It could be hair, um it could even be fingerprints sometimes, or you know, things that the person has their fingerprints on. um it could be things like that. But the stronger the DNA, you know, the stronger. So, you know, your blood has DNA. um hair hair is good, you know, certain fluids. But if you have it, you know, some people have cohabitated, they've shared things like that, or some people have ways of getting those things without harming another person. So get DNA from the person you want to cut cords with, and take some of your DNA, whatever you feel comfortable with. Blood would be the best. And if you draw your own blood, like you prick your finger or whatever, that's a sacrifice of pain, because you're not you when you make a blood sacrifice of another blood, a newborn baby, you know, child sacrifice and things, you're you're shedding blood of an innocent. And the only entities that want blood of an innocent are usually satanic, demonic. But when you shed your own blood, you're making a sacrifice of your own pain. You're sacrificing your pleasure, or I mean, you're sacrificing your comfort and allowing yourself to feel pain or feel discomfort, or allowing yourself to lose your vital life force. And you're giving your vital life force to as an offering. And that's very acceptable. Instead of making an innocent pay the price. You understand? You pay your own price when you do the craft. You use your own blood. Okay. Otherwise, you're a Satanist. I'm sorry. And that goes for voodoo too. Y'all may think I'm not talking about African spirituality, but I am. I am also talking about all these animal sacrifices and blood sacrifices that they do in voodoo in honor of the ancestors and the Orisha. It goes for that too. There are only certain, and is not the most high. Faith, not innocent blood. So if you gotta shed the blood of an innocent being to get your shit done, you got the wrong demon. You better go back and check your sources and get something that just wants some flowers or some honey or some incense or something that will accept your blood. If you want to shed some blood, shed your own blood. But I don't know what I don't know what y'all doing where you got to go kill innocent animals to get your shit done. It's because of y'all, because of all these blood sacrifices and stuff, that we have this fake vegan diet that everyone's going around talking about. We got enough slaughtering of innocent animals in non-ritualistic ways to be doing it for a ancestor. I need some people to think before they do. But that's something you can do for cord cutting. Put theirs, tie it to one end of the yarn, put your DNA, and you can put it in a sachet. You can just tie it up. You can put it on like a paper, tie it up, or you can just put it on, dab it on the cords. Burn it. I wouldn't suggest burning it unless you really are dealing with certain things, because that's going to let the energy dissipate. Whereas you want to keep the energy away from you. So you want to keep it alive so you can, if you want, but you want to take your energy and put it in a safe place, and put it in a good place, and take the other cord that belongs to that person and get it as far from you as possible, or bind it, do whatever you want. Now, of course, I'm telling you things that it's on you. If you choose to do things with this person's energy that I'm not suggesting, you can, and it probably will work, and that's on you. What I'm suggesting is doing a simple cord cutting. Now, if you want to get into creating zombies and sorry, connection was gonna say, but yeah, I'm just don't do something because you heard it, and then you want to try your luck with doing some voodoo doll stuff, and now some other stuff and backfired and whatever, But that's an example of a cord cut. Images, you all can modify it for your own, customs, but you want it to be red because red represents the bloodline. The red line which is follow to safety, which represents the bloodline of witches. So red lines are sacred to witches. Red yarn is better because it's a little thicker. Thread is a little too thin. Oh, peace, Kimberly. The black walnut bath. Well, I didn't mention it here, but black walnut gets rid of parasites. So if you take black walnut, you can take black walnut vitamin pills. You can take the oil. Sometimes there's oil tinctures. And black walnut is really good for getting rid of parasites. So I do drop some black walnut. It's like a liquid black walnut I drop in my bath water. I also use it in my food. And what you can do if you want to do a parasite cleanse to get rid of a toxic relationship or toxic lover who you feel might have had demonic spirits in, incubus, succubus energies. Black walnut, black pepper. You could do a coffee scrub too. Because coffee is a bean, and beans are also good for exorcism. Beans, also will like beans have that property of getting rid of excrement. They're good exorcism. So, and like coffee, you can rub, and with black walnut, black pepper, you can put a little sage in the bath, but definitely white salt, white sea salt, or white mountain salt, white salt, black pepper, coffee scrub, and black walnut. You can grate the black walnut right around your bathtub and bathroom, or even make an incense out of one. It may take some work, but definitely you can do a bathing. I mean, I have black rose exorcism soap, and it doesn't have black walnut in it. It has rose and eucalyptus and things like that. But I would suggest, if you want to do it with a bath, I would suggest also eating black walnut, like sprinkling some on your salad, on your burger, sprinkling it on like salt or pepper, just a little bit, to cleanse with the parasites and to have that same property. If you can find a black walnut face mask with a little bit of black walnut, it's not like the best for skin or anything, but if you can find like a face mask maybe that has a little bit of black walnut in it, that would be good for some women who that would be good for some women who have been like left for another woman, or the person chose another woman, or there's another woman involved in the situation, and you're done with competing. So again, that parasite, when you have multiple, like threesomes involved and other partners and cheating and stuff, you're dealing with someone who wants to feed off of you and your partner. You're dealing with someone who's trying to feed off of you and your partner's love, and that's why it's important that you have a season of celibacy before you start dating, so you can take it seriously, and so you don't have any cord ties to someone else, and that cord is going to interfere with a new love coming into your life, because a lot of people can sense other energies and they don't want to take the time to compete with those energies in order to get a good relationship. They would rather just go to someone who's already fully invested, which is hard. It's hard to find these days, but this is for people who want the real, being Christ-like and being around people who have that morality. It's going to spare you a lot of unnecessary drama, heartache, a lot of trauma, a lot of dis-ease. And it doesn't have to be no devout zealots, and it don't have to be people going announcing all the time, but people who don't mind telling you, like, hey, the reason this is going good for me or that's going good for me is, I'm saved and I believe in this. So if there's someone you admire and they're talking about God being a figure and them having what they have, as long as it's not one of these prosperity preachers, those are the, and usually I'm not talking about someone who's a prominent. The people who are happiest and the people who are the most stable in their relationships, you will find, are people who are saved and accept Christ as their Lord and Savior, people who don't mind honoring the Most High, honoring Christ. Some say Jesus. I'm not fond of that phrase, but that it's the same entity in question. And don't take my word for it. Do your own research. Look at how people in the craft, look at how a lot of people who are in the craft, and this is out, again, I'm talking about outspoken people who are too outspoken about being Christian, can end up looking like the people who are a little too outspoken about being a witch or a mage or doing voodoo or doing African spirituality or doing, new age, this, that, blah, blah, light work, blah, blah, whatever. Don't it's great to talk about it, as, but again, yes, you can use a picture of the person if you don't have their DNA, but I would rather you not, because again, when I talk about not using idols, an image is an idol. And using a picture of somebody is still idolatry. I'm sorry, what it is. So to spare you any hypocrisy, I would rather you not use a picture. If that's the only thing you have and you feel comfortable with that, with doing it and using it that way, fine. But if the picture is something that you're going to keep as a memory, keep the picture as a memory. You can sage the picture, but I'll put it like this. It may sound weird. I know I went from one subject to another, but I'm just now seeing the some questions like Cochitla says about the picture. If you don't have the DNA, it may sound funny, but if you have a picture of the person and you are not in the picture, it's just them, the ex or the partner, I would rather you simply sage the picture and pray that the demons leave that person, and do that every day consistently without that person knowing. I'd rather you do that. If you have a picture of you all together when you were a couple and it's only you two in the picture and it's you all together, and you are decided on doing the cord cutting, and you decided you're not going to be with this person anymore, it's toxic, you doing the cord, common sense tells you that if you are decisive on doing the cord cutting, cut the picture during the ritual. You on one end, the person on the other end, and that will be beneath the thread. You would just need the picture. Now, if it's a picture with this person, just them alone, like I said, I would rather you take that picture. Don't set it up on an altar or anything. Just take the picture, ring a bell, use some sage the picture. You can even use basil, and pray. And pray to remove all demons. Don't pray for y'all to be together. Don't pray for nothing that has to do with you. Just pray to the Most High, or however you call the Most High, to remove the demons from this person in Christ's name. And if you don't want to say in Christ's name, fine, but I suggest you do, because then I know it'll work. If you don't, I can't guarantee it'll work the way I prefer it to work. You understand? And my responsibility is to lead people away from these unclean, counterfeit spirits, and to get people to really understand spirituality and the practical applications of it that will keep you in alignment with the Most High authority, not lesser ones that can only do so much for you. You understand? And then the walnut bath, so black walnut bean, coffee beans will do that. You can do the red roses with that to give you wisdom and understanding, but also to help you maintain your own femininity during a breakup, because a lot of times, some women go bald, you make drastic changes because you're dealing with trauma. But if you want to add some red roses to the black walnut bath with, clove, black salt, black pepper, white salt, for, getting rid of parasites and getting rid of, like incubus, succubus parasites, sexual parasites. Add some red roses to it, add some dead red roses, or add fresh red roses, where it'll make some rose water in it too, because that'll help you keep your confidence, that'll help you keep your self-esteem in a situation where you feel betrayed, feel heartbroken, but it'll help you keep your confidence and your self-esteem. And thank you all for being so nice to each other in the live chat. I appreciate the sisterhood. Yeah, and eat the black walnuts too. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it up. I probably should go soon because this is going on 5 hours when I actually had like almost 2 hours of other footage that I did that got deleted for some copyright thing that I don't have any music playing. So like I said, I was just sensing the powers that be trying to silence some of the more deeper things that I was talking about, dealing with the blood and dealing with the active blood spell over black men, and keeping the black race inferior, and why we have to be careful of feeding into that by going to witchcraft and spiritism as black people, instead of continuing to really pray to the most high authority about it, and pray to expel these demons that clearly are affecting our race, but affecting humanity at large. Us as black people really need to stop looking for power anywhere and everywhere, and start finding it. Stop looking for it and find it. A lot of black people, they can't find, they go here and there and everywhere, every tradition and new age religion and ideology and philosophical bullshit, and join all this, that, and the third, looking for spiritual power, when you need to just find it in Christ. You need to just find it. Like, if you out here lost looking for power, then you need to just go where you really know it already is. And you'll know a tree by its fruit. Look at a lot of new age people. They don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. And they've done a whole bunch of stuff, and they still are unhappy. And there's a lot of Christians who have left Christianity and sought out new age. And those be the ones most confused. Because a lot of times when you're seeking out new age from Christianity, most of the time, most people who do that, you in America, it's a lot of black people who have been convinced by inferior black people that the Bible and Christianity is something that the white man started. Then you just have people in general who feel historically that the Bible is not a source of authority, because they believe in science, and they let their historical understanding of how the Bible came about, and the use and the way it is used to oppress women and other people, and in certain texts and stuff, and they and they use that to justify their atheism, or to justify why different, Gnostic new age philosophies are more empowering than having faith in the one deity who died for you. Everyone else is going to all these other deities who have no history of doing anything for humanity. Yet you hate the one deity who died for you to have a chance to live forever and have an immortal soul that can reincarnate and come back and tell y'all shit like I'm telling you now. So, you know, I say here, the use of witchcraft to control a man is corrupt, and it can be manipulated by ancestral spirits that hate Black women or that are opposed to holy matrimony, namely Lucifer, Satan, and Lilith. And I shit you not, who, because Co-Chief or Kimberly, I didn't even realize this until just now, but it says right here in my notes, I swear to God, it says right here, Lilith. So I didn't even realize that you're quite, and then you can see I didn't paint my nails, but like, I didn't even realize here, my slappy handwriting, but I didn't even realize you had brought up something that I already meant to talk about. The use of witchcraft to control a man is corrupt, can be manipulated by ancestral spirits that hate Black women or are opposed to the holy matrimony. And these spirits would be Lucifer, Satan, and Lilith. And it says here, succubus energy or succubus energy of psychic soul ties and sexual. It's a psycho. The succubus energy is a psychosexual soul tie. Like that was a tongue tie twister. Psychosexual soul tie, which is the zombie. So the zombie in the tarot deck would be the Hanged Man, or the card of sacrifice in the major arcana. So sacrifice would be the Hanged Man, and the hangman would be the zombie. And so that's that representation of a person who has lost their free will, either through selling their soul for fame and fortune, or for whatever they wanted, making a pact with the devil to receive something that they really wanted, or through feeding a parasite. Because you can lose your zombie when you no longer feed the parasite. So some people, if you still have your soul but it's just bound, you can fight that by not feeding the parasite. But if you sold your soul, then you chose to be a zombie. You chose to sell your free will in order to receive certain things, but you no longer have your free will. Namely, all these Black men with white women in Hollywood. They sold out their right to be with Black women for fame and fortune and for you all to know their name. Right? Right. So when you're dealing with the zombie, you're dealing with a person who sold their soul, who made a pact with a satanic energy or entity for something, and who that owes, that is indebted, so to speak, or someone who is feeding a parasite. You then you have the spiritual, and you also have the soul tie, and the more rare occasion where a couple was a couple in their past life and they found each other again in their present life, and they are still living out this marriage, but it's in under a different circumstance. And so they're bringing in a marriage that started in a past life and then still continued, and in the different circumstance. And that is another soul tie, because there's two types of marriage. There's the kind where death does you part, and then there's the kind where it doesn't. There's a marriage that lasts forever, and then there's the kind where death does you part. So when you die as a couple, the marriage is then annulled, and in your next life, you then are free. And there is, in rare circumstances, I would say, people who have reincarnated with a soul tie to their still spouse, because their marriage, the vow in their marriage, was not annulled by death. You understand? And there are rare instances where people have trouble because they're still married to a past life, and that's when you're dealing with someone who has a more immortal energy, or is bringing on a otherworldly energy, literally, because they're reincarnating from another time period, and they're still connected to another person, and that person may or may not have reincarnated again. You understand? Now another that's another soul tie. That soul tie is more valid than a spirit taking you on as a husband or wife. You becoming a spirit wife, or that is a more ancient way of calling someone a priest or priestess or witch. The fact that a certain spirit that is not satanic, but that is just ancestral, an ancestral spirit, has chosen to keep you, meaning you are constantly empowered by this force of nature. That is why a medium, that this is why the term familiar spirit is different than I'm a spirit wife or a spirit husband. Because when you have a familiar spirit, it's not always a sexual connotation there where you are being kept. A familiar spirit is a familial connotation where this is part of my family. It's like you are that spirit's pet, or they're your pet. Um, um, it's almost like having a genie or a jinn, or having a shinigami, or having a okay, so you understand, genies are in Arabia, Middle East. They come from the land. The shinigamis are ancient Japanese spirits of the dead, or of, I don't want to just say dead, but it's a little more ancient than just being dead. But the shinigami would be like an ancient spirit that could keep you as a pet, or that you may keep through a vessel, so to speak. A you may have when you're talking about having familiar spirits, and a person who has a familiar spirit, usually that's when a person is they can be dealing with a demon, but it doesn't it could be anything. um it's hard to determine. For people who are not advanced, to better be safe than sorry, just assume it's an unclean demonic spirit. For advanced mages who have true discernment, because you have experience with different spirits and can know the difference, you understand that it could be ancestral spirits, it could be certain spirits, it could be angels, it could be anything that does not necessarily have a wicked intention toward humans, the way unclean spirits do. You understand? You okay? So when a person has a familiar spirit, That's different than being a spirit husband or spirit wife. A familiar spirit can be any spirit that has found a host in somebody. I wouldn't trust it, because if it's their familiar spirit, doesn't mean it's yours. And they're calling on their familiar spirit. The Bible talks against that. People with familiar spirits and stuff, and a lot of psychics and mediums and people doing Reiki and stuff. They may, if a person is working with a spirit that spirit allows them to do what they're doing, I wouldn't trust it. Because if that spirit decides to leave that person, one, they're not going to have power. They will have lost their mojo. Two, they probably made a pact with that, like a real, not a real, yes, not a mage, but a magician. A magician historically had a cape that was enchanted, even the hat. So a magician was not just someone who knew tricks of alchemy to create illusions, but it was somebody who had made a pact with a familiar spirit to do things that were paranormal or metaphysical or supernatural. Okay. And that magician's price they would pay sometimes at a young age, because they would age quickly from utilizing this spirit, that goes from host to host, and until the host expires. Okay. It's no different than a person going to a crossroads and making a pact with one of the Legba spirits that bestows music on the gift of musicianship on a person. And we all know people who made that particular pact. What happens? 27 is when they die. For people who went to the crossroad entity, which is different than selling your soul or signing the contract. When you go to the crossroad entity, you are dealing with an aspect of Papa Legba that will do you like that. Papa Legba is not a satanic unclean spirit, but he definitely can behave like one. And he definitely can do things like that too. That's why Papa Legba is the Orisha of chaos. But anyway, Sister Deborah Yah on the Watchmen channel once said that she heard that there's an angel that will trick you into doing spiritualism and unclean things, that will trick you until you get on the straight and narrow path. But unbeknownst to her, she was referring to Papa Legba and Eshu Elegbara, who is the divine trickster. So people forget, when you're dealing with the chaos energy of the divine trickster, who's the gatekeeper, Papa Legba, does have those forms, and he can trick you and until you get back on the straight and narrow. He can do a lot of things. And my point is, the entity that people go to at the crossroad to get musicianship power, those people expire at 27. That's that path. There's also a path of Eshu that when people get lost in the desert, they can find this path of Eshu, and if they can outrun him, he'll bring them back to safety. But no one's ever done it. So you understand, there's different stuff around here. The spirit realm is real. So that's what I'm saying. Soul ties. When a person has a familiar spirit, a lot of times they probably made a pact with something to get a certain power, or they already had a gift that they were irresponsible with, that they sold out to a other spirit because the sin of pride took over their heart. And so they ended up getting a familiar spirit that was after that person's gift. And the familiar spirit came and manipulated that person to pact with them. And now that that person is addicted to the power that they get from this familiar spirit, but they without it they would not have their mojo, or they might expire, you know, if they're hosting that, or without it they may look different. Remember what happened to Bilbo Baggins when Gandalf took the ring from him? He aged to his true age overnight. He was 110, still looking 40, like when he found that damn ring or whatever. And then what happened when the ring he took? Okay, now, oh shit, now I look and feel 110 because the familiar spirit that was keeping my energy is gone now. When you have Holy Spirit, the only price to pay is being Christ-like. You know, unclean spirits hold you to every little thing that you do, and every little thing being Christ-like. All your sins are forgiven, and you're not expected to be perfect. You're just expected. You're expected to be Christ-like, because the reason Christ came is because the Israelites, they couldn't uphold the covenant. They couldn't uphold the laws of the covenant. They couldn't do that. So Christ had to come and do it for them. And now we just have to believe that Christ did it, and we have to live the way Christ taught us to live. Not trying to do this and trying to be perfect and making all these sacrifices for repentance. No, we just have to try and believe in Christ. We have to try to honor our mother and father. We have to try to be good neighbors and treat other people the way we want to be treated. You know, try to be upstanding, try to have morality. Remember what else Christ said when the Pharisees tried to trick him when he was preaching. They said, "Oh, well, Caesar's faces on this." No, what they say, "Oh, well, Christ. So do we have to pay tax?" You know, trying to trick him up and get him to say something illegal. That's what they did. They came to him when he was preaching, talking about some oh, so do we have to pay taxes? You have to pay taxes. So what did Christ say? Whose face is on that coin? Caesar. It was Caesar at that time. He said, give what Caesar belongs to Caesar, and give to God what belongs to God. Now, if that don't make sense to you, there's no point in even, but my point is this: being Christ-like, you're not held to every little standard to be perfect, and you're not charged for every time you pray like the ancestors do and the spirits do. You feel me? And the gods and goddesses do, right? No, you give what Caesar belongs to Caesar. That was Caesar's face on the coin. Give him his shit. And you give glory to God, is what he's saying. You give glory to the Most High. When Oshun helps you, give glory to the Most High. When Ogun helps you defeat something, give glory to the Most High. When Oya brings you prosperity, give glory to the Most High. When Ochosi helps you find something, give glory to the Most High. When Yemaya helps you forgive, give glory to the Most High. When Eshu makes a way for you, give glory to the Most High. Because these are the forces of nature, the mysteries that the Most High works in. And the Loa are the mysteries. So when you're really dealing with the Vodun ancestors, they're not going to be offended when you give glory to what gave them their power. The Most High is not limited. A tornado can only do so much. Honey can only do so much. A key can only do so much. Iron, water, even, can only do so much. The Most High is unlimited in ways we don't understand. So, be careful. That's when you're dealing with love. The Most High, there's things about love you may not understand that the Most High wants to give you wisdom for, and you want this and you want that. But if you're on a spiritual path and you're on a spiritual journey, you may have to learn lessons through experiences of love and learn different wisdom. You may have to learn different things about love through a relationship or a breakup or a marriage, whatever. But be open to what the Most High has in store for you, and don't covet what someone else has. That's why another reason a spell can backfire. Are you coveting what someone else has? That was Oya, and I want to really go to the Pataki of Oya and Oba and Shango, and how even Oshun got caught up in that and everything. Are you, because look at Aiku in the situation. Oba was the first person to get sent to where Aiku was. So Aiku gained one of the most wisest, the wisest, so to speak, aside from Yemaya, and a very beautiful woman at that time who was her qualities were so perfect that she was deemed to be the wife for Shango, who was the ideal man and king at that time. But who got her? Aiku. Why? He was minding his damn business, happy with what he was doing, happy with his place. And he received something that he didn't expect, which is, again, why Oba stays. She stays in that unknown, mysterious realm, and she stays there because she in a way, she found happiness being where she is respected, the way she thought she would be with Shango. And yeah, every woman's gonna fall in love with Shango. That's how it is. That's how Oshun got caught up, trying to mess with Oya instead of minding her own business, trying to avenge her friend and trying to prove a point instead of minding her own business, and instead of appreciating Oya's power. Oshun did not appreciate how Oya was victorious, and very few people did. And to this day, the Vodun ostracizes Shango and Oya. If we really get to, that's why Shango and Oya stay together, whatever, because they got ostracized for the dis-ease that they caused in the community. But there's a strong victory in them going against the grain and making their own way against all odds. And that's why when when a man or a woman wants to call on a deity, an orisha, a force of nature that will defeat something against all odds, you go to Oya and Shango, or both of them together. Then you got a double dose of defeating your enemy, because they made it happen. And when you want to deal with the only marriage that I can really talk about in this way, that from my understanding that I think is good, it's Oya and Shango, because you want to go against all odds. You want to go against all odds. And that's why, Oya used witchcraft, but she did not do a spell to keep Shango. She manipulated another woman to do something on her own that cursed her. Oya didn't cut off her ear. Oya didn't go do a spell. Oya used nothing but what Olodumare gave her wit. So who was the real witch? You understand why I tell you all, witches don't go around doing petty craft. That's what human women do to get men. Learn from Vodun. So, because this is when you do Vodun and you deal with the ancestors, you may think a spell backfire, but no, the Orisha are trying to teach you something. They're teaching you what they learn because that's what they have the power to do. They're not God. Okay, so when Oya went against all odds, how did she get her man? One, through accepting his cheating nature. And even she even was able to defeat that in a lot of ways when it got out of hand. Because after Shango got Oshun pregnant, Oya locked him up in jail. And remember, Oshun seduced the Egungun to get Shango out, and she ended up almost dead if it weren't for Eshu, because she became so depressed when Shango willingly went back to Oya, the only woman he's ever loved. Why did Shango love Oba? Because it was decreed for him to, and he wanted to do what was right and pleasing to the Most High. But who has her man? Oya. And leaves a string of stupid little girls who want to get fucked over by Shango and have the best little sex and want to taste Oya's husband and lover, knowing that. And a lot of that is, I want to compete with Oya. That's what Oshun did. Oshun wanted to compete with Oya, and she almost died. Oba chose to go because she was so ashamed. So when you really, really want to go to war for your marriage and for love, when you want to go to war for love and not and get away from this little girly shit that you know other Orisha did, and you want to go to war with things that are against you. In this context, I'm talking about unclean spirits and other people. You want to invoke that energy of Oya that uses her wit and uses what God gave you, not what God gave somebody else. Oba had nerve to go to Oya and ask Oya, whose husband she was taking because it was decreed by the royal, Oba had nerve, and she paid the price. She went to Oya when she already was getting her man and getting her lover, and she dared to go to Oya to ask for advice on how to, that was nerve. That was a lot of nerve, and it was stupidity on her part. And this is known as the wisest Orisha. Next to Yemaya, Oba is considered the wisest, the most educated Orisha. No street smarts. You see how the Orisha will teach you stuff about royalty and things. Oba, she was ready to be royal, ready to be a queen, didn't know the first thing about how to relate to another woman. Because what royals believe, they're entitled to everything. And that was the attitude Oba had, which is why she would have made a good wife to Shango, because she had a regal attitude. But what happened? She learned her lesson. Like a lot of people who have that royal regal attitude, who think the world revolves around them, you will learn the hard way that you don't get to have everything you want and everything your little heart desires. Oba did nothing to earn Shango other than be chosen. Yeah, she had ideal qualities, but so did a lot of the other female Orisha. So these are all things to learn from. And my point was, Aiku received Oba, who he received a good woman, but Oba also went to a place where, she didn't have to live with that shame of being so stupid. And Oshun warned her. So Oshun was clever, but Oshun was also competitive and jealous and nosy and being a busybody. So these are some of the powers of Oya, of going against all odds, and the main point I'm making is Oya never used witchcraft. She got another woman to curse herself by doing witchcraft. Oya used wit. Oya used intelligence. Because Oya went to Yemaya first, and Yemaya would not help her. And that was Yemaya's decision. So Oya had to help herself, and that's why Oya represents that independent woman who will go against all odds, because nobody likes that strong woman who can compete with the men. But the men still like her and adore her too. That's why people are jealous of Oya, because Oya gets what she wants, and Oya gets what she deserves, and she can go to war for it in ways that other women can't go to war for love. And Oya will go to war for it. And if you want to go to war for your marriage and for your relationship, start praying. You can, like I said, you stage the pictures, do whatever, but don't get into witchcraft, so to speak. Don't get into doing things to take away someone's free will, or manipulate a person with spiritism and witchcraft and stuff. Because Oba would have been fine if she had just stayed her course, because Shango was resolute in his heart to be obedient to what God gave him, or what God decided. So there's a lot of lessons to learn, and that's why I warn people of, when you're dealing with Vodun, look at the way you can learn a lesson versus some of the lessons that we're learning from figures like Lilith that will lead women into a corrupt way of thinking. Whereas the ancestors in Vodun, at least, we learn from them, and we are also empowered by those lessons that we learn. So what I have here is with love spells. So I'm just gonna, yeah, you want to get them off your spirit, Kimberly. I believe it's a blockage from having a good love life. Oh yeah. Now what do you mean? Like, you believe it's a blockage from having a good love life? You feel that somebody from your past is interfering with your present relationship, because they're jealous that you are happy with your partner, and you're feeling some spirits interfering. Is it a person interfering, or a spirit? Because again, that so, but anyway, so again, for breaking love spell, I talked about pistachio, black pepper for exorcism, a white salt bath with you can do a white salt bath with sage for spiritual purification, lavender for relaxation and calming and tranquility. So lavender will calm your nerves from the shock of a breakup, or being lied to, being left, being hurt. Lavender will calm your nerves. Lemon will purge parasites and get rid of scars, blemishes, unclean energy. So lemon goes really good with the sage, the lavender. It complements, but lemon is good for healing and rejuvenation. So lemon brings back your youth. And lemon, it gets rid of the old and brings back the new. So that's what lemon will help you get rid of old feelings, and again help you keep your youth, your energy, like the cloves will, while you're healing. And then the eucalyptus is for healing and protection. So the eucalyptus will help heal your soul while also protecting you from further heartbreak. And that can come from revealing things, this and that, but just really getting you into the mindset where I don't want to do things that hurt me anymore. So eucalyptus is really good for heart chakra healing, um, especially for Kochi. Um, Now for wisdom spells, oh, and then I talked about the cord cutting. So if you have any more questions about that, but for a wisdom spell for psychic power and intuition, you can do wisdom spell for guidance, for decision making, and for revelation of what's hidden. And I talked in that first hour that got deleted, um, about using a light blue candle. You know, you can dress it with jasmine or honeysuckle using jasmine incense. Um, white and blue flowers. So, you can use mirrors, cowrie shells for Yemaya, hyacinth, jasmine. And the mirrors, if you set on your altar for the psychic spells, mirrors help send a signal and send signals in the dark. And mirrors will help it when you're using them with Yemaya, they will help send out messages, psychic messages. So they'll send out messages to the spirit realm, and whoever is compatible with you or is in tune with your frequency you will receive your psychic signal through the mirrors, and they will call or come in your realm and respond. So when you use the mirrors for the wisdom spells and the psychic spells and stuff, you're gonna get men who are ready, willing, and able to help you. And you're gonna get people who can heal you. You're gonna get people who have friendship to offer and real unconditional love, who aren't just looking for sex. People will start to come into your life, into your realm. So yeah, for Yemaya, mirror, salt, cowrie shells, hyacinth, jasmine, and send out a signal in the dark. Now again, for Oya, I went over this a little bit already, but you can use dark red roses, dead red roses, or you can use a combination of red, pink, white roses. You can even add a little yellow in there. That's fine. You can use a combination of multicolored roses, or you can stick to the red, pink, and white. Now Oya's colors are maroon too. So with Oya, you want to have wine and dark chocolate. And you can have opium incense. Now I'm not saying do opium. You can have opium incense. It's like a black incense. It has a certain smell to it. Or you can have black love incense. You know, um, for Oya, and you can set up an altar with that. Definitely have some salt for Oya. Like I said, dark chocolate, coffee, red wine. Red. Don't give Oya no white wine, please. Pink is the lightest, but if you give her pink wine, you're gonna invoke an Erzulie. You understand? You deal with wine in Oya. Oya takes dark red wine. If you get pink wine, you're gonna get an Erzulie. You're gonna get one of the Erzulies. Just letting you know, which is essentially like a young Oya, really. But um and so and with Oya, you want harsh truth, raw truth. You don't want anything sugar coated, so that's why she deals with more bitter flavor. Even you can even offer nuts or dark chocolate covered nuts and stuff, because she deals with bitter. Black walnut will be great with dealing with Oya too, to get rid of parasites or get rid of anyone trying to latch on to your power and your relationship. And so that's why that's how you want to deal with Oya, to receive the harsh truth about the situation and the reality of it. Now, you want to deal with La Serene, you can use seashells, salts, pink, gray, any color salts. Some bath salts are dyed, and infused with oils and things. So that would be good for Lacerin. As oil infused type of bath salts, any infused type of bath salts. Um, rum for Lacerin. Um, it would be better to use white rum for Lacerin, but the rum will invoke the Agwe and the pirates, that she deals with as a mermaid. So you want to have rum there to accommodate the aspect of her that becomes a pirate, or deals with pirates, that has fun with pirates, and you want to accommodate the pirate spirit of Agwe and the Imamau that comes with Lacerin and her mysteries of love, and attracting a lover, and attracting, true love, and things. So you can have rum and pirate, and you can play pirate shanties as music to invoke Agwe spirit along with Lacerin. So you want to again have girly stuff, seashells, infused, like homemade bath salt, different, bath salts with flowers and oils, and different types of bath salts. um yeah, with Lacerin, you want to keep it very simple, because she is a fish, she is half fish, so she's not Erzulie. So she doesn't need all the perfume and the lotions and the scented oils, and all the roses and stuff. She doesn't need all of that the way Erzulie, and dealing with Erzulie would need for an altar or a ritual in terms of doing a love spell. La Seren, keep it simple. Remember, she's a mermaid, so just seashells. That's what seashells to cover the breast, whatever, or just to play around with. Seashells, different bath salts, because instead of just plain salt, the girly part of her wants those bath salts that are infused water that she lives in. So she already has an element of salt to her, but she wants to experience that little more, the more feminine. You're invoking that femininity of her that's fresh, and that's the virgin, and that's completely innocent. So that's why with La Seren, you want to keep it as pure as possible. Just seashells, different salts, to invoke her, or just, if you just stick to regular salt that's not infused, that you would use for food or whatever, just regular salt, you're gonna get a Yemaya. La Seren is closer to the shore. She's closer to the sun, to the surface. So she deals with humans more. And so she'll receive more from humans than Yemaya will. Yemaya will take you under. So, keep it simple with La Seren. But what La Seren will do was she will attract a lover from afar. La Seren will really help you get in touch with long lost lovers. All right. That's what she will do for you, and bring back maybe childhood memories, or things that make you feel young again. Love situations that really make you feel young again. Um, and she'll bring Lacerin is good for marriage too. But if you're really initiated, and you're already a priestess dealing with her, she's more so good for attracting a lover. For women who are not in the craft, that energy can help you attract a husband material, someone. But for women who are in the craft, and who know her mysteries, and are hosting her mysteries, um she can help you attract a lover, you know, romance, fun, intimacy. Um, but it, sometime, but part of that romance may be a long distance situation. Okay. Um, Oshun, Oksum Yalorde, Ololordi, Oshun. For altars for Oshun, dealing with love, you want to have, with in terms of flowers, and colors in general, but mostly with flowers, you want to have yellow, orange, and red for Oshun to invoke her brightness, and her maturity. Okay. Um, you want to have like pumpkin or pumpkin spices. Oshun would be good with seeds, for fertility and virility. So pumpkin seeds, lemon seeds, any seeds from any fruit you can offer, and offer to Oshun. Because Oshun deals with making investments. So you can offer her seeds that you can plant later, and plant your intention into an actual plant. So that's why you can offer Oshun seeds, especially like pumpkin seeds. Um, you can Now Oshun, you can offer candles for her to enchant, and offer her honey for her to enchant. You want to leave those things there as long as possible, until you really feel it's the right time to do a ritual using those things in her honor. So you want to make sure, when you're dealing with Oshun, you want to make sure you offer her things that she will enchant and keep long term. So when you do use it, you're using it in a ritual or in a spell that's specifically meant to honor her. So that's why you wanna with Oshun. Again, Oshun is an Orisha. Oya is too. But in the context of love, Oya will help keep it real and everything. La Seren is a Loa, a Loa ancestor. Oshun is an Orisha. So in Oshun, you have to deal with a little bit differently in that way. She's set aside in a lot of ways. So Oshun is you would invoke Oshun and set up an altar for Oshun in the context of love, when you're really ready to energy, and you're ready to um uh, attract love, but you're open, you're open to options, and you're open to learning a little bit about femininity through different experiences with men, as opposed to jumping into a marriage. Oshun is going to teach you some lessons and stuff. It's going to take a while. So Oshun, you want to offer things that you can leave at the altar for at least like a month or so, until you're ready to do a full ritual to her. So that's how you want to deal with her. You want to offer her honey, offer her a bell, and enchant those things, pass them through smoke. Now you, again, red, yellow, and orange roses and flowers, colors. Also, you can have some vibrant green in there, like some mint, maybe some mint, eucalyptus, some sage, some type of greenery in there to complement it. um Pumpkin spice, you want to deal with for love divinations, for with Oshun. Oshun's going to help you invest in yourself, so you can attract people who will invest in you. That means invest their time, invest their money, invest a lot in you. Oshun is worth a lot. She's gold, she's diamond. She's precious. Um, so Oshun is going to help you realize how precious being a woman really, really is, and what and how you should require of a man. Um, and how to keep those standards. And Oshun also will teach you how to negotiate with men. So that's why, Oshun is a more of a, she's going to put you in a phase of wisdom and learning things that you may not have understood, as you're dealing with men. That negotiation part, a lot of that has to do with transactions. Oshun helps you realize that every interaction you have with a man as a woman is a negotiation. As Oshun helps you realize, every transaction you have as a sexy woman, not as an average ugly woman, as a sexy woman who is naturally arousing and who heals people who just look upon her, because your beauty is so healing. That's Oshun. So Oshun helps a woman who is beautiful, or even a woman who may not be, but who's dealing with her, helps a woman really understand how the Most High designed a woman to be, and how you are to behave the way the Most High designed you, and what you are to expect from a man, and how to have transactions with men where you are receiving something for the natural healing that you give him when he looks on you when you're beautiful, or any healing you give him through expressing your sexuality. Oshun helps you understand that, and it takes a long time for a lot of women to understand that, and even for witches in general, to really gain the confidence and the poise and all those things needed to really understand how to make sexual transactions with men that benefit you, because Oshun automatically benefits everyone. Oshun's very existence is a blessing to earth and is undeserved. And Oshun is that undeserved kindness and mercy that is talked about. That is Oshun. Oshun is God's gift to man. And Oshun will help a woman realize that. So that's how you deal with Oshun. If you want to invoke her wisdom about certain situations, um, you can pray over some water. You can, or I'm sorry, pray over some milk with honey, and you can add pumpkin spice to it. You can add cinnamon to it, or you can add something like along those lines. Um, Pumpkin seeds, maybe, or for some who don't have access to anything else, sunflower seeds. But don't don't get the salted ones. And if you offer sunflower seeds in the milk and honey mixture to Oshun, because that's all you have at your disposal right now, you need to be breaking them open from the shells, and you need to rinse out the salt first, and you should only use 7. Offering sunflower seeds because you have no other option. To, this is what you do for Oshun to help you have dreams, have psychic dreams. You can put the milk and honey and 7 seeds, unsalted seeds, in the milk and honey. Mix it up nice, and sit it at the base of your bed, wherever the foot of your bed is. Sit, or you can put it by your head, near your pillow. But put it either at the foot of, and pay attention to your dreams that she'll give you. Okay. Also, you can just do that and offer her a milk and honey mixture. Spice it with some pumpkin spice, or vanilla. Spice it with cinnamon. Some You can even add white chocolate, or some milk chocolate to it, or a little carobs in there, depending on what your energy is. Again, if you got a little more Oya in you, add some carob or some dark chocolate. If you have a little more of La Serene, add some cane sugar to it with the honey. If you got a little more Erzulies in you, add roses into the milk and honey. But have milk and honey and pumpkin spice. If you don't have pumpkin spice, have cinnamon. Milk, honey, and cinnamon are the essential things needed for this. If you don't have milk and honey, will do the trick. But if you want to invoke Oshun specifically, you got to add that cinnamon in there, right? So that's how Oshun can give you love divination. Now, if you're dealing with Erzulie, you want to have pink roses. You also want to have mint, vanilla, and sugar cane, because you want to have that those sweet, innocent, but lusty things. So, the sugar cane, sweet and innocent, but also deals with sexuality. Vanilla deals with seduction, and sexuality. Mint deals a little more with prosperity, but mint will help with luck. So mint will help with mint will add a little bit to your feminine wiles by allowing you to be at the right place and the right time, and allowing you to maybe say the right thing at the right time that you may not, especially if you're competing for a man somehow and you don't really have the upper hand, but you throw in some of that mint. That's that lady luck herb, where you gonna say the right thing at the right time, you gonna wear the right thing, you gonna smell right, and that smell may just invoke a memory. You're gonna do something right that's gonna give you the upper hand, even though you may not be the best candidate, but you're gonna get lucky. And people overlook luck. I wouldn't rely on luck, but I would say, there's always things you can do to enhance your position. Mint will help with lady luck and a woman getting lucky. Pun intended. So that's how you want to do with Erzulie. And of course with Erzulie, you can if you're doing a bath, you want to have a nice lotion, a nice scented lotion. You definitely want to have some nice bath salts, but put oil, put roses, and go all out, have different scented oils and perfumes and lotions and potions and shampoo, and have all of those girly uber spa things. With Erzulie also, you can keep nail polish, lipstick, and nail polish, lipstick, mascara, or you can do nail polish, lipstick, and an eyeliner or lip liner, or you can do nail polish, lipstick, and a perfume oil or something like that. You can make an Erzulie jar and put that at your altar with some of those type of things for seduction. Keep them in the jar because you want to keep those things in their proper place, which is not to seduce other women's men, not to seduce a man who's not rightfully free or single, but to be seductive and enchanting a little bit, or attractive, to the right person, so to speak, or to a person that you're already with, who you want to keep their attention on you. Erzulie, the reason I say put those things in a jar and make an Erzulie jar is because Erzulie's power is the reason why a lot of women hate her and why she's very much hated. So, that's why I say put those coquettish, makeup and, seductive items in a jar, and an altar for her, to keep them in their proper place, because Erzulie will help women who don't know how to be sexy and don't know how to keep their man with sex and giving head and dressing sexy and being seductive. Erzulie will help you keep your man by doing those things that you may not be confident or comfortable doing, but that your man requires to keep his sexual interest on you. That's what Erzulie can do for you. To keep you seductive to your partner, and to give you the upper hand on other women who are competing for your man, or for a man. It is what it is. Like I say, I try and give you all responsibility, but what you all do with this information, that's on you. That's on you, how you all use this information. Because like I said, witchcraft is real, and things will work. But when you take away someone's free will, expect the consequences, or expect things to backfire. you know and that's kind of the overall theme of this, is things backfiring when you choose to take away a person's free will, instead of you know just kind of appreciating what you have, or using what God already gave you, or using more of a prayer structure, and praying in Christ's name to defeat and banish unclean spirits and energies that may be attacking your relationship. It may not happen overnight the way you want sometimes, but try it. Especially for like I said, for sisters who may be dealing with that curse on the Black race, and the spell over Black men, and all these racial tension issues, and you're with a Black man, or you want a Black man, and you're seeing spirits of white supremacy affecting him. Pray in Christ's name to expel the demons. Pray over your relationship, and see whether or not things improve from you praying versus from you doing a spell or witchcraft. Some things you have to try yourself. So try it and see if it works. I believe it will. For women who are dealing with situations where you feel like it backfired. Again, some of you may not be in the innocent position. Some of you may be dealing with another woman's man, or you may be the interfering party who wants a relationship so bad, but it's not meant for you because there's another family or another woman who needs or deserves him more. Namely maybe the mother of his child or something. Some of you may be dealing with a situation where you deserve the man, not the mother of his child. And she's actively sabotaging your marriage or your engagement, or relationship. Pray about it. When you pray to the Most High, it may not happen overnight. It may not do these things. Or when you set up these altars with these items in these ways in honor, pray to the Most High in honor of these ancestral energies, and see what results take place. It may not happen overnight, but also if it's not happening the way you wanted, pay attention to why. You may be being protected from something getting worse that you can't see long term. This person may be sick physically, mentally, emotionally. This person may have soul ties. This person may just be, their purpose may be for another person, and you all may just be meant to be friends or something. But there may be something in the long run, or even immediately, that is detrimental to you. And there may just be another person who is more compatible with you, who, if you get with this person and marry them, you're going to miss out on a truly happy marriage by getting the one you wanted. You're not going to get the one you deserve. And that's what I worry about with with witchcraft, getting, and that's another thing when dealing with La Seren. Just like Oba went to Oya out of nerve. Well, La Seren, if you take the Pataki of the Little Mermaid, she goes to Ursula. Well, in Vodun, if you all must know, it was really Mami Wata that La Seren went to sacrifice her voice in order to, to be human, so to speak, But here we have Ursula representing, that Oya energy of, okay, you want this, pay me. This is my charge for it. But even still, what is Ursula do? Ursula is the one who kept La Seren from getting the man. She would have got him, but Ursula, who causes her to make the sacrifice of her voice, is the same one who went and ruined her from getting what she wanted. So she didn't show, so she already got her voice, but she also wanted to keep her from getting the man too. That's the spirit of witchcraft in the satanic way. Just like Oya had Oba cut her ear off and then later tell Shango so her secret plans manifest. But if you don't go around poking and prodding at witches, you won't get cursed. So that's why things can backfire, because some of you women are human women going around wanting to secure your positions. So you poking and prodding with mysticism, and you waken these sleeping giants, and you waken these demons and these unclean spirits, or you're just waking the wrath or the envy, of some of these entities that hate humans, that don't like humans, that are jealous of humans, that don't like the fact that humanity was blessed with with sex and sexuality and God's breath and everything, with that Lilith energy that hates matrimony and things like that. So I guess I should be getting going soon, but I'm getting like a dehydration headache. I've been talking for 7 hours now. It's been 7 hours because I started earlier, but time flies when I'm talking to you. Yeah, okay. Kimberly's talking about you feel its residue left. Well, anytime you're talking about getting papers and stuff and you're dealing with the legal matters and the court matters, earlier I talked about using dark blue will help with legal matters. So if you want to get a dark blue candle or a dark blue altar cloth even, and justice, and you can write justice in the candle, and you can dress it with basil and olive oil. That would help. And then any like saltpeter or Vesta powder or any blue alum, any powder that you may have or burn that's designed for exorcism, like those 3 that I mentioned. You can dress the candle with that too, and or just light that as it, mix it in some incense, and that will help with court cases. Oya helps with justice too, but I would get that dark blue for how to, because that's where the residue's coming from. That's that soul tie residue where a person can still have power and energy over you, But what I'm really feeling, Kimberly, that you're allowing, if you've been divorced since 2013, you are allowing this person to tap into you. This is something that you haven't cut the cord. You haven't cut off their access to you. That's typical when children are involved. If you don't have children by this person, then it really truly is you. It's not the other person, and it's not your current partner. You're allowing him to interfere for some reason, and I don't know why, but if you keep allowing it, you risk losing the happiness you have. So I don't know what this person has been doing, but part of it is manipulating you and seducing you. I can feel that. I can feel that right now. You're this is something you're allowing. This person doesn't have direct access to you. Papers, unless you have children. If you have children that are under the age of, was it 2000, well, not 5. If you have children that are under the age of 10, that's understandable. But if you want to ask a question or anything, go ahead and feel free. I'm probably gonna stay on for like another 20 minutes. I'll try. I'm even feeling something in my throat because I've been talking so much. But wow. I don't know. I just can't help being talking to you all for like hours. I just be having so much to say. But I've said everything in my notes now. And so, those things that I mentioned with the different female, Vodun ancestors and things, those are for attracting a lover, to enhance your attraction powers. That was with Erzulies, with Oshun to know your worth, La Serene to, attract long lost love, Yansan to get the harsh truth of a situation and the reality of it, and Yansan to keep the upper hand. Remember, Oya stays on top, and that's why she's synchronized with Lilith in a way, but Oya keeps the upper hand. That's one of her powers and stuff. And so please learn from everything that I've taught about Oya today. The most important thing, Oya never used witchcraft. La Serene goes to Ursula for witchcraft to get a man. Oshun trying to compete with Oya by sleeping with Shango to play a trick, loses out. Erzulies, using I hate to say the Jezebel spirit, but Erzulies using, coquettish, using makeup, being a tease, using glamour spells. I hate to say it, so to speak, to get a man, but is never happy because men never love her fully, or because she's always attracting men who are already married. You understand, and things like that. She's only attracting men who are unhappy sexually, but will never leave their wife. And then we have Yemaya, who Yemaya who loves them and leaves them. And who uses men to get pregnant and then leaves them. So we have all of these we have these different Orisha, and then Oba, who had nerve enough to ask Oya how to keep her man, how to she Oba who had no street smarts. The smartest woman in the world was dumb when it came to common sense. So we have all of these Orisha, not women, all of these ancestors who have gone through all of these things, utilizing different forms of witchcraft, so to speak, and except for Yemaya, who basically her form of controlling, Yemaya, seductive in a way. But again, I put Yemaya in that category because Yemaya, again, she loves them and leaves them. She prefers to be single mother. She Yemaya keeps the upper hand in a certain way, but you know, it's not ideal for the children to have a single mother. It's ideal for Yemaya. So we have the reason I put Yemaya in the categories apart from Oya when it comes to love is because Yemaya represents that woman who is selfish, who does things for herself and has really no regard for what's best for the man or for what's best for the children, because she's only concerned about what's best for her, and what's best for her and what she likes is to love them and leave them and nurture the children on her own, which is not good for a community. It's not good for the children, it's not good for a community to have a single mother. And Yemaya represents that preference to be a single mother, because I don't want to submit to the will of a man. That's Yemaya's problem. And it's not good for a community. It creates dysfunctional matriarchy. Um, and it creates weak men. Where the reason I want you all to learn so much from the things I taught about Oya in this thing as it goes from light to dark is um Oya never used glamour or witchcraft or any form of manipulation to get a man or to keep a man. Oya only used what God gave her, which is her wit, her intelligence, her natural beauty. Because remember, Oshun was never considered the most beautiful. Oshun was considered the most attractive. Oya was considered the most beautiful traditionally in a lot of ways, especially in Brazil. Um, in those, when you get into those, some of those traditions, but you know Oshun was the most attractive and the most ideal because of her humility and because of Duafe, because she embodied the qualities of Yemaya, while embodying the independence or that adventurous nature of Oya. Oshun, was considered ideal, but Oya was actually considered the most beautiful, so to speak, the most beautiful. Oshun always has came second to Oya. Ogun loves Oya. Um, she is still considered the ideal wife, and Oshun is kind of considered um the ideal mate, so to speak. Um, but Oya is given that queen kind of status. Um, and Oya doesn't have to go around, you know, doing all of these different things. She is just simply herself, and she was loved not because of witchcraft and not because of this. She was loved because of who she was and the power she had, and the fact that the men admired her desire to breathe fire like Shango, and her desire to to be dominant and do all those things. They found it arousing and attractive, especially the male warriors, because that's what interests them most as warriors, war. So when it comes to that aggressive alpha male who likes that alpha female, and going against all sense of marriage for love, Oya prevails in that situation, you know. Um, so learn why witchcraft can backfire, why blood spells and love spells and things can backfire. Because if you have to do it, or you feel that you have to do something like that to keep a man and get a man, he's probably not the one for you. If you're doing it just to be trendy, or just for fun, or because you're getting a little insecure, those are things you got to look at within yourself. Is it worth losing what God has already put together out of curiosity? Um and are you willing to really put up with the weaknesses of this man you're in love with, like Oya was, to stay in a marriage? Are you really truly willing to deal with the man's weaknesses? Please learn from Oya about marriage. The an Orisha that few would look at when it comes to marriage, but war and things, no. Look to Oya of how to deal with men when in the context of marriage. um that will help you understand that being submissive to a man, it's not it's more about being obedient to the Most High and knowing you serve the Most High God, and doing what's pleasing to the Most High, than it is about seeing yourself as unequal, or seeing yourself as less than, or being willing to be objectified and demeaned by a man to keep him. Oya has never been objectified and demeaned, but she got her man. So that when it talk dealing with witches and witchcraft and things, I want y'all to learn from the Pataki of Oya about this. Um, I honestly think that's about it. I don't want to. Let me just read here. So basically my guidance for sisters is and women of the craft. If a man is starting to argue with you a lot, like you did a spell or ritual and things were fine, and you wanted to keep things fine, you wanted to keep him from cheating, this and that, and now you're arguing all the time. um you know Sometimes when a man feels like his free will is taken away, he can take it out on you when things aren't going right. But also sometimes if there is another woman involved and the other woman is giving him problems, he may start to take it out on you. He may get mad at you, like you're in the way, and he may start to resent you if he's starting to have problems with another woman or a side chick or something. There could be some resentment geared at you. Another thing is, sometimes you may feel the spell reversed because you get an adverse reaction or an experience like that, but it may just be working its way out. It may be that the arguments and things are a means to an end for you all to resolve the problem, or to get out whatever parasite is lingering under the surface, or whatever emotions or things you need to be made aware of. Sometimes a spell is bringing things to the surface that were hidden underneath, and that needs to be brought to the surface and dealt with. And sometimes if you just do a petty spell that's like for a surface level thing, now you've brought things to the surface, but now you may have to do a healing spell. Now you may have to heal that scar, or heal that bruise. So you brought a spell to reveal the thing, but now you may have to do a healing spell, or a forgiveness spell, or a communication spell, or do something else to further deal with it. Because if you just did a simple spell instead of a full ritual to get a little more in depth, like maybe a 7-day candle ritual or something like that, to really work out the things a little more in depth, that could be why you feel like a spell backfired when it actually worked. Make a list of your pros and cons of what you want in a man, and the things that you don't want to deal with. And the list should be based off of your experiences. So if you've dealt with dating a man with kids, and you're single and you have children, and you decided, I don't want to be put second, I don't want to deal with baby mama drama, I don't want to deal with no jealous women and everything, then you need to put no kids on your list, because you know better. And but if you haven't tried it, and you're a single woman, and what's very important on your list is that he accept Christ as his Lord and Savior, and that he has a good job, and that he has a good relationship with his mother. Well, the Most High may send you a man with kids. Now, if you're a woman who never wanted to have kids, and you're a model or an actress, or you're a sports person or whatever, and you never really desired to give birth because of your career ambitions, and you want a man who's stable, who's Christian, has a good relationship with his mother, well, that might be a brother who's got a couple kids by another woman, who maybe that woman was into witchcraft, and that's what broke up the marriage. And he is a Christian, and he's taking that seriously, and he has custody of his kids, and he's looking for a woman who is healthy, athletic, spiritual. And there may be something else about you that he's always looked for. Maybe he secretly is into cosplay or something, and you are too. And now he can fulfill that with you, when he made a mistake years ago when he was younger, and had sex with a woman that he doesn't want to be with. These are the things that may happen, when you're really open to what the Most High, or what the universe, the omniverse, has in store for you, to what the ancestors and your heritage have in store for you, instead of what other people say and do. So that's why I say, go off of what you know, and go off of how you feel and what's best for you, not off of what you think is best based off of other people, because I can guarantee you, what is good for one person is not good for the next when it comes to relationships. People find happiness in the most abstract ways. And people are widely unhappy when they are pegged into what is socially acceptable, instead of what really makes them happy. That's where you get men dating these model looking women and blah, 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 when really they liked a pudgy chick who liked to read, and they found her attractive. But because he had so much pressure, he went with some chick who he doesn't have feelings for, but she was the finest chick around. And she went with him because she really liked him. But deep down, he wasn't into her. He was doing it because of pressure from his boys. He really liked that pudgy, nerdy girl who's reading that book in the corner who don't talk much. So now you done broke the heart of this fine supermodel chick and of the pudgy chick who was hoping you would ask her out instead of succumbing to peer pressure. And that's how most men are. They will break hearts trying to be popular. So that's why you got to be careful of men, because a lot of men are not doing what's on their heart. They're doing stupid. And they don't know how to overcome the peer pressure. So they go around mistreating fine women because the only reason they're with fine women is out of peer pressure. And all of these fine women is getting their heart broken trying to find love in an average person when you really need to be looking for stardom and you need to be in a realm where the beautiful people are. There's not many of us, but you need to go where the beautiful people are so you don't keep getting your heart broken by these ugly, mediocre, unholy people. That's real. That's what a lot of people aren't going to tell you. You got to date based on your compatibility. And most men, they don't. They date and they have sex with whatever is going to make them look good. And they have a string of broken hearts because they're doing things to look good in front of their boys. And a lot of them never grow out of that shit. You got 60-year-old men, especially in the Black community, still out here mistreating women so they can get points from their boys, namely, not other men. So that's why I say you got to be careful about Black men out here and stuff, because a lot of Black men, he'll do anything to feel a sense of pride and superiority. But a lot of them don't know how to go along with what their hearts tells them. A lot of them are programmed to do whatever their mama tell them. Whatever a loud, snappy Black woman tell him, he programmed to just do whatever she say. A lot of brothers out here, they like that and they think that's cute because that's how their mamas are. So they want to be around attitude having Black women because they think it's cute because that's how their mama was and that's what they know. And then when they get with a poised, dignified, educated sister, they hate you because their mother instilled in them hatred for people with dignity and love for people full of drama and Satan. So, that's why I'm telling you, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen with women. I'm not saying that women don't overlook guys and stuff, but most women is gonna they're gonna have sex, for love. They're gonna do things out of love, and a lot of men they gonna do things, to look good. So to compete, men like to compete. So that's something girls got to understand about boys. Boys are still in that hyper competitive mode where it means a lot to him to, to be competitive and come out on top. When girls are young, girls are still, if you're not watching too much ghetto ass, moose face looking, passing as Black type, women who want to argue with someone like Candace Owens, if you're not listening to too much trash like that, then when you're a girl, when you're a younger girl, you want to attract a man. You want to learn about attracting a man and satisfying him. Your inclination is not really to be out here competing with other girls and playing little mind games and stuff to compete for men, unless you learn that at home and got a mama and one that gets overlooked. Am I the fat kid? Where am I? Am I that pothead who always has weed, who no one ever takes seriously? Or, whereas women are judged in society by your looks. You're judged by women are judged by our looks. Men are not. Men are judged by women by looks, but men are judged by society by their status, by what they have to offer. So that can come in two ways. That can come with your financial wealth or your physical wealth as a man, which means you're young, healthy, viral, and have a big penis that represents your prowess, or that is sometimes preferred, but no one wants it to be too big, but better too much than not enough. So women are judged in society by how we look. That's why a girl at a young age is more concerned with how she looks, um and a boy is more concerned with, where he stands, how much respect he's getting from the other men and around him. You know, I don't want to speak for boys because I'm not a boy, and I'm not trying to speak for all girls either. But know the difference between learned behavior that you learn from your parents, or that you learn from your upbringing and environment, versus actual biological instincts that we have as men and women. So yeah, thanks, Falcon. I really needed a guy to chime in, because I know what I think and what my experience is, but it's very hard to speak for men. I'm just speaking from my experiences, but Falcon I says I would also say men are judged by their intelligence, which is that's a huge thing. And Falcon I, in America, everyone's dumb as fuck. So men are really judged by how much money they have. And I'm not arguing with you. I'm just letting you know, like, I know for a fact that Europeans are smarter than Americans. I talk to them. Europeans are smarter. One, because they haven't succumbed to all this racism yet, until the Black Lives Matter fan hits the UK. But they haven't succumbed to all these weird ideologies that erupted from the slave trade settling in Americas. Number one. Number two, I don't know, y'all must have some good, better food. I don't know, y'all must not have all the GMO or all the whatever. But in general, I believe from my experiences that Europeans are smarter than Americans. And so therefore, I believe there was a time that me and you are probably a little more familiar with, where a man was held to a certain standard, and intelligence was one of those. I can't say that in America anymore, but I definitely believe that a man should be held to his intelligence. But in America, no one is. I don't. Falcon I, people are retarded here. It's not dumb. It's like, it's actual retardation. It's actual retardation. You should. People have no problem solving skills, where they have to label like certain things, like like common sense stuff has to be put on labels now, because people don't have problem solving skills as to how to like open a package, or the dumbing down of America is real. You think it has to do with the commercial culture in the US? Well, yes. There are very intellectual individuals, but not many people in groups and things. If you talk to a person one-on-one, I would say maybe 2 out of every 10 people can think for themselves and still engage in an intellectual conversation, but most people are not worth talking to here, you know. Um, because they don't have anything intelligent to say or any ideas to express. They want, they say small minds talk about people and big minds, talk about ideas. There's a lot of small minds here who they would, if you they want to talk about Trump, or they want to talk about Pelosi, or they want to talk about somebody else on the dumb box, on the TV. They want to talk about a person. They want to talk about a celebrity. But if you can't get through to Americans, you just, or they want to talk about like the next trend, but you really, it's like you can't get through. So yeah, American girls love British guys. Um, well, that could be part of the commercial culture here because of James Bond or something. I don't know, but I I'll put it like this. I think Americans love accents, and we when we see like the sexy celebrities like Jason Statham, or James Bond figures, or we look at the way the monarchies are displayed and things like that. It gives you a sense of, it's like it's a sense of something foreign, but it's still familiar. It's not too, Britain is still familiar to the modern American. It's not too like an indigenous or too tribal or anything, And so it's like it's that accent, I think, and the it's the gentlemanly qualities, it's the proper energy that we're used to seeing. And of course, we see all different classes of Brits and things, but I think it's just generally that properness that is usually displayed of British guys. American people are just so rude and crude and unmannered and uneducated. So, I think it's just, people like what's foreign. People like foreign things. um I, so, but I guess we all agree that women are judged by beauty in the long run. It's unfortunate, but it's true, and that just kind of goes along with the more ancient qualities of male and female principles that I'm discussing about nature versus nurture. A woman's nature is to be arousing to a man, to be pleasing to a man. And as you can see, little girls, tend to tend to engage in things that are about attracting men. you know um Boys tend to engage in things that are about competition at a young age. So it's not just, oh well, boys are given video games and trucks and girls are given Barbies. No, take boys and take girls and put them in a place with toys and see which ones they prefer to play with. So it's not that everyone's going to be the same, but don't assume what we're doing in our culture or the things that we have done in our culture is wrong. It's based on more indigenous principles than the new age can ever imagine. The ancient old ways and the old fashioned ways. And here we have a lot of, Black Lives Matter or MAGA, and people want to tear down things and this, that, but there is so much more to old school America, or the founding fathers situation, than slavery. There's so much more to this country than slavery. or or then the fact that it was built on slavery, and it's still modern. 200, 300 years ago is not that long, you know but there's so much more. Instead of acknowledging how far we have really actually come as Black people, we're thrusting ourselves right back into that situation by complaining about the things we don't have, instead of appreciating how far we've come because our actual ancestors gave their life, blood, sweat, and tears for us to be able to have a fucking cell phone and talk about Black Lives Matter. How dare you? If you have a cell phone, what are you complaining about? You have nothing to complain about. If you know how to use your cell phone without an instruction manual, you have nothing to complain about. How dare you? How dare you? Because there's people of all races who can't afford a cell phone and who don't have the education to know how to use it, who are going to be completely lost. Yet Black people who have more privileges than some white people do in other nations, and some white people in this very nation right here, are complaining. You see, that's how the occult works and witchcraft and stuff. It, make people are literally retarded, literally retarded in America. So you can't reason with a person. And they have the dumbing down of America started when a lot of the education was taken away, and they kept teaching these slave narratives and these race narratives in college and stuff, and they took away the actual history of world history and American history, and they started teaching only the slave narrative to dumb down America, to control people, to control the labor force, and to get the technology to take over, to get people too stupid to be able to compete with technology taking over. They call it smartphones because this phone is smarter than you, because it's artificial intelligence hadn't done took over. So that's why I'm warning people about how, when you're dealing with magic and stuff and everything, there's a lot of other factors that come into play when you're doing advanced craft and doing a spell. The most powerful spells I've done, some of them, yeah, were spontaneous, but also I had the right astrological alignments too. I was doing a banishing spell when Saturn was aligned with the sun in a particular time in Chicago too. So I looked up the cycles according to my particular geographical location, which is astronomy. So when you really factor in the advanced forms of the craft and factor in the arithmetic of doing a spell, not just having an intention, but actually add the magic or the mathematicas, the math or the arithmetic, which is magic, to it, you'll be surprised in what type of results you can get when you understand how to really open gates. um Sometimes you may have to use a particular sigil or seal to invoke a specific entity, and invoke a specific orisha or force of nature to sometimes you may realize tonight, I know it's going to have some power and feed off of your effort more than the actual things on the altar. So yeah, the spirits feed off of your effort. So when you go out of your way to have things perfect for certain ancestors, Papa Legba don't really need things perfect, but he needs things to be the way he wants them. And that's how a lot of the ancestors are. They're not looking for your perfection, but they're looking for you to put in the effort for what they really give, what your spirit is telling you. Like I said, you may wake up, you may be broke, but I got a pink candle and I got spiritual igniting on. Are you all there? Oh yeah. Casting your circle. Some things in advance craft that you may need to start doing so your spells work better are casting a magic circle, calling the quarters, cleansing, consecrating, and empowering your items with each element. And doing the ritual work before casting a spell. Some of you all don't understand ritual. What I mean when I say rite and ritual versus a spell. A ritual, it's a set of customs and things that you do to prepare a sacred space and to keep it sacred. It's rites of passage. So when you're not using salt as earth, incense is air, or a bell is air, a candle is fire, water is water, you know, when you're not having the four elements at your altar, when you're not creating your sacred circle, when you're not minding what direction you cast the circle in, minding what things you say to call each elemental invocation to cleanse your items in the name of each element. When you are not doing this, and some of you, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I don't know. Then we gotta go to. We got class to give. Then I gotta give y'all class. So that may be another reason why blood love spells backfire. Your intention may not have been strong enough, or your rite of passage, meaning your ritual, was not present and was not strong enough. You didn't pass Papa Legba. You didn't consult in general before you did the spell to see whether or not it was approved of by the Most High. You didn't go through the ritual and the rites before casting and before spelling. So it backfires and it turns into a curse that you have to bear, because it was returned to sender. And sometimes when something backfires immediately, if you're in a magic battle with another mage or another witch, and you both are open witches, or at least open to yourselves, so to speak, then that person may have had a return to sender on deck, or they may have done a return to sender and threw it right back at you. And they may have been somehow prepared, and so that can happen too. So there are, that's, well, anyway, you have to ask questions, but there are things like that occur. I hope you all can hear me and stuff. There are things and situations like that happen where these are other reasons that I touch on. I was so busy talking about the voodoo, but sometimes you don't have the right celestial alignments and the right properties and correspondence. Sometimes you may have the wrong color combination, or items and things for what you're trying to do, and so you're not getting might not be getting a response at all, or you may just be weak as a mage or a witch, and you may not be advanced enough to deal with whatever spiritual entities are involved, and all you did was open the gate to spirits to interfere. Instead of having your intention set, all you did was open the gates for the spirits to now interfere with your relationship that the Most High put together, or that was a practical union, not a spiritually manifested one. When you manifest things through craft and through spirit and things, like I said, don't be surprised with how the spirits um may behave. If they it's not uncommon for, like I said, if you spirit husband or spirit wife or something like that, it's not uncommon for the spirit that keeps you to send someone that they want into your life. And they if you're, especially if you're demon possessed, that spirit or that demon that you're hosting, they may like this type of person or this type of energy, and they want to experience that person sexually. And then if you get an exorcism, or you overcome that spirit, or when you are no longer being mounted, you you may lose attraction to that person, or you may be like, what was I thinking? Or something like that. But it was the spiritual, the spirits that you're serving and working with, that's what they wanted. And sometimes that's why you got to differentiate, what is my energy from, who am I as an individual, versus the familiar spirits. Or some people are hosting a ancient spiritual energy where um we have spiritual bonds already, that it's very hard to play out physical human bonds that we want, because we already have spiritual soul ties that we made in past lives, in rare situations. Does anyone have any other questions? Yeah, so when you're doing rituals, you have to mind what direction you casting your circle in. Deosil is counterclockwise, Widdershins is clockwise, I believe. Um, sacred spirals, when you're drawing spirals, if you draw them clockwise or counterclockwise, clockwise to invoke, counterclockwise to banish. So, pay attention to those things. Those things matter. If you're using an evil eye, for example, make sure the evil eye is facing away from you, not toward you, because the evil eye blocks things looking up on you. So if the evil eye is facing you, it's going to pull in all those negative things you want to block. Something as simple as making sure an evil eye is turned in the right direction can make a difference between whether your spell literally backfires or not. So if you got to know how to use these tools and these things, because that stuff can happen. Make sure you know how to use your amulets and things. Make sure they're facing the right way if they're meant to block a person or anyone looking at it, or looking, make sure things are facing outward if they're meant to protect you, and make sure they're facing inward toward you if they're meant to pull in prosperity, energy, attraction, lovers. Because if you got a love spell and you got a crystal that's facing outward or facing away from your ritual, you're sending that out to someone else or whoever. But if it's facing inward and then you have a magnet on the outside of it, the magnet will pull it into the crystal, and the crystal will empower that candle. So something as simple as placing things in the right position on your altar can make the difference. Be careful how you're even to the direction that you dress the candle in. When you a pillar candle, or even a taper candle, if you're dressing it in oil, and you use the method to, like I do, to twist the candle and twist the oil on it, and then you roll the dressings on it and things like that, the directions in which you twist and roll, and if you're rolling to you and away from you, something as simple as that, when you're really doing magic and witchcraft, make a difference. Now, say you're doing a banishing and you're doing all day, all clockwise motions, but your intention is to banish someone, but all of your motions are clockwise and all of your things are facing inward. There's where the backfire took place. Lack of protocol. So knowing what you're doing, that's the other part of it. Now I'm talking to advanced mages and stuff. It only took 7 hours, right? Knowing what you're doing makes all the difference too. That's where, again, if you're doing something for banishing and you're using Venus instead of Saturn, well, there's a problem right there. Right? So you know even the energies of your area. So we go off the Gregorian calendar now, for the most part, all over the globe, but especially in the UK and oh yeah, but just really quickly, we go off the Gregorian calendar, so it may not seem to relate if you're looking at ancient astronomy and things, but we do have to change with the times too, and we do have to adjust with the movements of the planet. So now that we go off the Gregorian calendar and we have a Monday through Sunday, or for some a Sunday to Monday structure, it will behoove you to understand the different energies of each day in humanity. Why Tuesday is the best day for getting business done and things. Why the weekend holds a certain energy, the Saturday holds a Sabbath energy. So you know what I'm saying? If you're you want to cast like love divination, but you're doing it on Tuesdays and on Saturdays, on days that are better for business and for justice and for cleansing, instead of doing it on a Thursday or a Friday, which Thursday would be good for marriage. Wednesday would be good for the union of man and woman. Friday would be good for anything celebratory, or anything feminine, sensual. So it's good to understand the advanced ways to utilize magic and witchcraft, so you get the optimal results in your favor based on what your intention is, and doing something or doing what you think is going to work, or doing what you were told is going to work, but you don't really understand what you're doing or why, because you don't have a relationship with the craft, with you're not under a covenant, and you don't really know the ancestor. So Falcon Eye says, is the Lion King based on African folklore? Well, it's a Kenyan story, I believe. Is it in Swahili? I think the Lion King is like a Swahili um uh mythology or folklore. So yes, it's based on African folklore. I can't really think of any African Orisha that would align with the Lion King. The way, like, for example, Peter Pan's story would be the Loa Tijan, Little Mermaid. That story, it comes from La Sirène. Now Beauty and the Beast, that would deal with Oshun a little bit. That's a deep mystery of Oshun and her relation to Babaluaye, who Babaluaye was Shango's brother, is Shango's brother, Babaluaye is the Orisha that rules plague. And a lot of people don't know that Oshun lost her melanin, or she was cursed with that pale skin that I told you is a curse in Vodun or leprosy in the Bible, when she chose to mate with Babaluaye. So that's an aspect of Ibu Kule that is another thing of her about the witch who lives in the cave, because she lost her melanin. And the reason Beauty and the Beast would relate to Oshun is because Beauty is Belle, and Oshun represents that good witch, so to speak, who no one really knows and understands why she's different. She's clearly not evil. She's clearly not going into the forest doing witchcraft, but there's something so different about her that she's clearly enchanted. And so she finds a place that's also enchanted like her, or cursed. So I don't want to get into too much, because again, these are mysteries. But what I'm just answering your question, Falcon Eye, about I can go through the Disney stories, um, you know, that deal with the Brothers Grimm, of that can be traced back to the Patakis, or the life and times of the African ancestors, you know, and how they became Disney stories, obviously appropriated for kids, taking out maybe the more grim real aspects of it, appropriating it for children, but these coming from grim stories that deal a little bit more with ancestral spirits and folklore, even nursery rhymes, you know, um, that used to tell the grim stories that would warn children of the perils of life, instead of sugarcoat them the way Disney is designed to, you know. Um, so um, yeah. So who else? Who else? What else? Disney stories. Um, oh, and we have Snow White. Um, well, we have Snow White in the Seven Dwarves and everything. Um, well, that's a little bit more about forbidden fruit, but Cinderella, well, see, Snow White Snow White's complicated, because it relates to aspects of Erzulie that deal with a loss of innocence at a young age, um, and aspects of Erzulie that deal with when she was a princess or was human, meaning La Sirène becomes Erzulie after she makes a sacrifice of her voice to become human, and traveling through that mythology, um the different ways that she experiences loss of innocence and experiences the wrong men, until finding the right one, and always having some type of interference in her true love. Now we have Cinderella, that relates to, um it would be Yemaya a little bit. Um, Cinderella. I mean, she's Cinderella's more like more like Yemaya, in that she's immaculate. And she has, she has her carriage, and she has the crystal slipper, and there's a test to pass in order to get her. So Yemaya is an Orisha that is very immaculate and very, she's very guarded and very high esteem, and she requires a lot of things before, for a man to really receive her love. So, my point is, I don't know that the Disney story of the Lion King can be found anywhere in the Brothers Grimm. So I doubt that, other than being a general African proverb, I personally cannot think of any Orisha that it would relate to in terms of Orisha losing their father. And now, um, there is Logan, who is Oshun's son by Ogun. Um, but that would be kind of a loose, that would be too loose of a relation, because, I can't think of an instance in African, in among the Orisha, where someone's father died. There's several instances where people lost love, and this and that, and you know um yeah, I just don't really think that I don't think it's a mystery, to be honest. It is based on African folklore, but not Vodun mysteries, is what I mean to say. Dwarves in Nordic lore also represent emotions, hence why each of the 7 dwarves represents the emotions. Well, Erzulie represents emotions in Vodun. That's exactly what she represents, and that's why she has so many paths, because there's an Erzulie for every emotion express and experience, with every different relationship, every love experienced and lost, and so she's, 7 is her number. And that's why, even though it's kind of part of the Brothers Grimm, but it's really a story of a woman it's like a coming of age story for a woman. And 7 is that sacred number of, well, it deals with the mermaid, it deals with the 7 seas. 7 is a sacred number, especially to the feminine ancestors of love, Erzulie, Oshun, Yemaya. And the concept of the apple being the forbidden fruit, dealing with Eve, or dealing with feminine innocence, and Snow White, that representing her innocence more so than a skin color. It represents her purity, because Snow, remember, she was known to have black hair. So, but that's neither here nor there. But it, you know, she was considered fair, but she was a brunette. She had black hair. But when we talk about fair, I remind people, fair was not, it turned into representing light, someone who has lighter features or recessive features or weaker features. But it really represents that the scientific definition of beauty is symmetry and proportion, and the definition of fair is actually balance, is symmetry. Fair is a judicial term dealing with justice. So when you apply it to beauty, you're talking about things that are balanced. So when you're talking about aesthetics and balance, you're talking about symmetry and proportion, which is the scientific definition of beauty, by how women mostly, but how men and women are judged by their attractiveness, by the symmetry and proportion of your features. Don't take my word for it. You all look it up. Don't take my word for it. So that number 7, and Snow White representing feminine innocence and purity, and representing the hard times that a truly pure or truly enchanted an innocent woman can go through in life, dealing with the jealousy of other women, or of older women, or of mature women, dealing with men wanting you, but not being man enough, not being tall enough, is that idea of, these are the emotions that you go through when you deal with men who are less than you. But when you find that Prince Charming, who's your right size, just right for you, it's no different than little red riding hood found the bears, and the one bed was too small, the other bed was too big, and the last bed was just right. Well, that's what it is. Finding a woman finding the right fit, and including the implications of the phallus, and dealing with sexual displeasure, and that constant sexual displeasure that a woman may experience when she's with the wrong man, or with a man who's not adequate. And adequacy can be sexually, it could be spiritually, like I've talked about witches being with men instead of being with warlocks and wizards, who are our spiritual equals, or him not being a prince. You being a princess and coming from wealth, and him having nothing to offer, and not coming of this, these are it's Erzulie represents feminine intuition, feminine emotions, and those experiences of love. So that, I'm glad that you expounded on that, because I was getting the insight of Erzulie and Snow White, but I couldn't fully explain that. But those are some of the Disney. I mean, can anyone think of any other Disney stories? Because the Frog Prince, or that New Orleans one, the Princess Frog or whatever, like that is still a Beauty and the Beast tale of someone being turned into an animal, or being turned into something, and being cursed. A person who is cursed, being cursed to where only if someone loves you back, only if you find true love, is the curse lifted. Well, where do we first see that? The Little Mermaid, who needed the man to truly love her without her being able to speak, to lift her curse, or and that has happened, that has occurred. um I don't know, any other questions? I'm trying to think of. That's interesting though, the dwarves and emotions. Yeah, so essentially Snow White and the Seven Dwarves, that's really dealing with Erzulie and her mysteries of seven, the fact that she represents the realm of emotions, which is on the tree of life, Netzach. Netzach. Right? It's Netzach, the tree of life. Shrek is not Disney, but it's still a fairy tale, or at least a parody of it. Yeah, the Pixar and DreamWorks, they're using different technology, and they're kind of retelling stories for a modern age where women are not as beautiful and attractive. If you notice with Pixar and DreamWorks, they're really pushing a feminist narrative, and they're getting away from the traditional princess and princely roles, or knight in shining armor type of role, and they're really pushing a narrative of feminism and um kind of that more American narrative of the dumb stupid man and the strong intelligent woman. So Disney and DreamWorks, I think they have an agenda um that and I hate to say this, but I'm being real with saying it, and I know it might be controversial, but I'm going to say it. Disney is known for putting sexual subliminal messages in their images and cartoons and drawings and in their live action movies and in the album and the covers of them and stuff. I just speaking in my oracle consultation mode, I think it's worse that Pixar is putting, or DreamWorks are putting, subliminal messages of androgyny and feminism than putting subliminal messages that will still influence children to heterosexuality. So, and I know that's a controversial statement, subliminal images of a phallus or the word sex or something. Yeah, that it's subliminal, but it's not getting children into homosexuality, or it's not getting children into this false sense of interracial dating that has a huge agenda behind it. It's not getting, it's doing the same thing that essentially a child accidentally seeing some porn on the computer that their parents were watching would do. It's a subliminal message that maybe gets stuck in their psyche, but to promote these images of feminism and a feminist culture, um the new generation finds it normal for women to go around saving men and being stronger than men, and for men to be stupid, fat, dumb, and girly and screaming at high pitch like a girl, and the woman coming to his rescue, and that's what's normal now. You understand? And I find that more damaging than children um subliminally understanding the functions of their sex organs. As long as you have parents who teach you not to have sex at a young age and things like that. I but parents aren't people aren't teach your children the truth. Stop having your girls out here being masculine and this and this and that because you're secretly jealous. You don't want to be jealous of your daughter if she's too sexy. That's the shit people don't want to talk about. The fact that you got all these masculine butch girls out here because your parents didn't really love you. Because a lot, parents out here got these petty emotions too. This American culture, getting jealous of your children and this, that, and paying too much attention to this, what's on TV and everything. That all this stuff isn't true. I watch a lot of shows and stuff, but at some point, you got to remind yourself that all this cheating and seduction and all this stuff that be going on in these shows, that's not how real people out here behave. Yeah, people do that stuff, But I don't believe the average man is out here cheating, having multiple sex partners. It's easy to do on TV and in drama. Do it in real life. That's why you got to differentiate TV from real life. Because go do some stuff you see on TV in real life, and then you'll know what's real and what's fake. It's not realistic. So, what is realistic is that a person who is a sex addict and who has some real serious disorders goes around and has sex with whoever they see, and has sex every night with some different woman, or, psychotics and things. But normal, average people out here, they don't got time for that. They out here trying to feed their family. It's just unrealistic. I'd say. Um, so that's just a little comment on that subject. Shrek is not, yeah, Disney. They also put it in Marvel and Star Wars now. Didn't used to be like that. Well, yeah, well, um, I'm one of those people who I got off the Star Wars bandwagon. Um, After they had dude in there and called the nigga Huckleberry Finn, and I was done. I was done. I know, no, absolutely not. And then you got this white chick who looks like a boy, okay, in there with this black dude who y'all named Huckleberry Finn. I don't have time. I didn't have time for that shit. I watched Rogue One, a Star Wars story, or I watched Solo, a Star Wars story, and I really actually enjoyed that one. I That's the last thing I enjoyed from Star Wars. Childish Gambino was in it. He played Lando. He did a good little job. They had Thandie Newton in there, who I haven't seen since Crash. With her little afro on, so we could remember that she's black, with her light skinned self. You know, Woody Harrelson did a good job. I enjoyed seeing him. Fucking Daenerys Targaryen was in it. I mean, what more do you want? Like, it had a good cast. It had good acting. It had decent enough adventure, and I liked the way the main character played Solo. In fact, I kind of wanted a little more of it, but I can't get nothing else from Star Wars. Even Harrison Ford don't want to deal with him no more. He said, "Kill me off." So they kill him off in the last. Sorry, spoiler alert. Sorry. I apologize, because I would hate that, and I'm really big on spoilers. But sorry, people who haven't seen some of the last new Star Wars stuff, or Star Wars. Yeah, like, you know, uh, nah, they don't know what they're doing. I don't know who bought out. Disney must have bought out. I don't know who bought out who. Sony bought out who or what, but everything that has been done. Now I'm on like a nerd tangent. Everything that has been done in Star Wars since since the last one, the Return of the Jedi, or the last, whatever, everything that has been done, with the exception of Clone Wars, it's just trash. It's just, why why did Steven Spielberg come up with Jar Jar Binks? Why did any of that? Why did that weird kid play Anakin Skywalker? That kid, why? Well, I don't know what his name is. Christian something or other. Whatever his name was, I don't know. Why did any of it have to happen? The soundtrack was solid. I played it in orchestra in high school for episodes 1, 2, and 3. I don't know how they did it. First, you all want to go back to the future and stuff, like episode this, that, and every. I don't know why they should have never did anything with it. They should have just left it they should have left it a carbon copy. They should have, like Solo, they should have just left that shit a carbon copy of some great film working. But no, you wanted to tamper and tamper and tamper, and the more they tamper with it, the more ridiculous it gets. It seems. So I that's just how I feel about the whole Star Wars situation. Um, I don't know what happened, but I thought Solo was probably the best remake. Solo by far was the best one. Best cast, best story. I didn't see the recent one, but I'm not trying to see no weird androgynous looking girls. I'm sick of seeing these ugly girls in leading roles. Stop putting ugly boy looking girls in leading roles. We don't need that. I don't know who you're trying to attract. Are you trying to confuse gay men into liking women? I don't know what the purpose of it is, but it's a turnoff. It should be for everybody. I don't think women want to see it. I don't think men want to see it. We don't want to see ugly people. I see enough ugly people in real life. I don't want to turn on the TV and see it too. That's just how I feel. But there's ugly people who want to see themselves represented on TV. And I guess they have money now, so they can pay for it. I don't know what's happened. But the world has become a very ugly place, and it has seeped into Hollywood, where the beautiful people used to be. That's what I've noticed. Anyone have any other questions? I love spells backfire. Um, well, if not, I'm enjoying talking to you all, but I think I've said most of what I have to say. Let me pull a scripture. That guy said, look up Leviticus 17:11. I was gonna look that up, but I was gonna just do a bibliomancy. There is a cartoon. There's a Little Mermaid. There's a Burbank film, I forget the name of it. It's like a Little Mermaid made. It was by an Australian film company, and it was the Burbank is the animation company. I believe it came out in 1988, and the mermaid's name is Marina. That's actually a pretty good. That was actually a pretty good movie too. That's like an Australian version of the Little Mermaid. That was pretty good. Um, Maybe even more accurate in some instances than the Little Mermaid. The story of Marina seemed a little bit more accurate to the Brothers Grimm story. Now there's also a animation movie called Sirius, the Sea Prince and the Fire Princess. Sirius, the Sea Prince and the Fire Princess. Now that is another animation that is very interesting, dealing with the actual relation of Tijan and Erzulie. Now, Erzulie is known as the Black Madonna, and she's also a very often depicted as the Virgin Mary holding a baby, or in the Vodun saint way, holding a knife with the baby, which represents protecting the baby. Now, sometimes you may get some white people or some people who like to demonize Vodun, saying that represents child sacrifice. No, it represents her protection of her son. But you know, well, so Erzulie and Tijan's known to be the son. Um, Tijan is also very much related to Christ, and that Tijan symbol is the T, which the T represents a cross. And bearing the cross are some of the mysteries that aren't much talked about in religion and Christianity, but the Vodun mysteries that the Bible deals with the ritual and with bearing the cross, and what Tijan represents, and how fierce the Loa Tijan represents, and him representing um justice, punishment, and vengeance. And this aspect of Christ rarely ever being talked about, and being covered with the blood of Christ, and that power, that vengeance, that fire, scary aspect of Christ that is the here to destroy, or that comes to destroy the wicked. That scary aspect of Christ is never talked about. But that's what Tijan represents. And that's why Erzulie and Tijan stay together and are together, because they represent justice. Now in Vodun, they represent Black revolutionary justice, justice for the slaves who were taken by the slave masters. But this goes further into justice for the Hebrew Israelites. Now, when you are grafted into the nation through belief in Christ, it means justice for everyone who is covered with the blood. So the mysteries of the cross in Vodun deal with the mysteries of Christ as our Lord and Savior. Tijan is related to Christ, or Christopher, as I call him, but or Christ for short. So because you have Lucifer, morning star, bright star, the light bearer. Lucifer, the light bearer. Christ, Christopher, the fire bearer. The fire bearer. You got there's Calcifer too, which is the flame bearer. You'd see. So these are things that only the covenant, you understand. There's a covenant. That's why I talk about reading the Bible, because if you don't know what the fuck you're doing in witchcraft and magic, and don't know the real, and you don't have the rights, that's why I talked about the rituals and why some stuff may be backfiring in certain ways for those who are advanced and who are under rights and responsibilities to know this stuff, and blah blah blah. It's not talked about, that aspect of Christ, the rituals and the rites, and the why I talk about using Christ's name to expel demons. More so than, because Jesus has no connotation of fire. And I don't even know about using that letter J to describe somebody who came from an alphabet that didn't contain that letter. But that's neither here nor there, because John the Baptist came before Christ, and John the Baptist was the first one to be named John. So there is some validation of that, but that I'm not ready to get crucified for revealing that mystery yet. So I'm gonna say that for the people who want to hear it. But at the end of the day, you got Lucifer, and you have to fur. See, fur is what is that's that fur, that PHER, that bearer, the fur. You're bearing the cross, or you're bearing the light. Lucifer meant light bearer. Christopher means bearer of the cross. It deals with the christening. How are you getting christening? Well, there's the holy water, and then there's the fire. Christ comes to purge with fire. So it's not light, and it's not a game, and it's not just all faith and blah blah. When I'm talking about accepting Christ as your Lord and Savior, I'm talking about the most powerful voting ritual known to humans and every other thing created by the Most High, to be honest. That's how I understand it when I'm talking about that, you know. So those are things I don't really talk about. Christopher, understanding Christ is the cross bearer, bearing the Lucifer's the light bearer, Christ is the cross bearer. Um, and that's, that's where Lucifer's pride comes from, being the brightest. That's Christ's sacrifice. Why is it easy to accept Christ as your Lord and Savior once you understand the mysteries, that ancestor? Because of the love that it takes to go through that and to be that. Why do we, Lucifer, the pride that begot him, Lucifer got blinded by his own light. He got blinded to his true place. And cast into a pit and all of this, that, and the third. So, lost the wings and crawling on the belly, just going through all types of humiliation because you got so much pride, because you was blinded because you couldn't really handle what you was given. Christ can handle what he was given. You feel me? Christ could handle it. That's why he came back for retribution. And or well, I guess it's supposed to be coming back. However you look at it, Christ could come back at the end of your human life for everybody who meets their maker when they die, or there could be a big worldly event. That's your personal. That's you have to decide what you think, because it says no one knows the hour, not even Christ. So if there's something that Christ don't even know, I'm not about to sit here and act like the Bible says no one knows the time or the hour, not even the Son. It says no one knows but the Father when the big event is supposed to happen, when all of that. But so it could be whenever. It could be when you die, it could be who knows. But there are signs of the times and things like that. So um there's rituals and there's rites of passage. So there's there's different ways to bind, but bind and expel demons. But sometimes if you're in love with a person who's already bound to somebody else in a certain way, that could be one of the reasons your spells have backfired. That's what I'm trying to say. I was looking for Leviticus 17:11. Um, any Israelite or alien settled in Israel who hunts beasts or birds that may lawfully be eaten must drain out the blood and cover it with earth, because the life of every living creature is its blood. And I have forbidden the Israelites to consume the blood of any creature, because the life of every creature is its blood. Whoever eats it is to be cut off. So that was the scripture that someone was trying to get me to read, in one of the uploads that got deleted earlier. And that's just going back to what I was talking about, the blood being living, and when you're using your blood for rituals and magic and things, really really having to be careful with, um no like just understanding what you're doing, why you're doing it, and how these things work, and being careful with going to mediums and witches and things like that, and you know seeking different ways to take away another's free will, or ways to get what you want, or conjure circumstances. If you're seeking different ways to conjure and stuff, be careful, because there's a price to pay, and sometimes you may get what you want, but not what you need, or not what you thought you wanted. It may come in strange ways, and that's why you may think things have backfired, because you opened up a gate for different things to interfere, and now you've effectively changed the direction, you know, and it may eventually get around to you, but it doesn't mean that the energies stay in the circumstance you wanted. It could be fleeting. It could be just for a moment, and now the spirits are running freely that you opened a gate to, so alrighty. I think that's about it. All right, well, if no one has any other questions, I'll wait a couple minutes. But if no one has any other questions, I'm gonna go ahead and retire. It's been fun. I love talking to you all. I've spent my whole day doing it. Um, yeah, I've been talking for like 9 hours straight. It doesn't even feel like that, but I guess I will start going live every Friday, and the next thing I'm gonna start doing, I'm gonna answer some more questions too, but I'm also gonna start talking about the Orisha, in the context of the Black Panther characters, in honor of um Chadwick Boseman's passing away. So I'm going to go ahead and do the Black Panther film reviews that I was supposed to do 2 years ago. But I'm gonna synchronize each character with the Orisha, with each corresponding Orisha, Shango, Black Panther, um, Oshun would be, I can't even think of her name. Black Panther's love interest. Um, Oko, I think was her name, the warrior. The Dora Milaje general, that would be Oya. Her husband would be, I think I had him as Ochosi because he was a beastmaster. Um, I had Claw. Claw is Babaluaye, the white guy. Um, Killmonger. I forgot what I had him as. I gotta look up what I had Killmonger as. Um, Ogun was M'Baku, of course. Um, and then I had Obatala, and Olofi as the priest and priestess. So I'm gonna go over each of the Vodun Orisha, divulge a few mysteries of each Orisha and how each character in Black Panther correlates to the Ashe of each Orisha. All right, so it's been fun. Thank you all, and I miss you already, but I'll talk to you soon. So listen, learn, like, subscribe, follow me on Instagram. If you enjoyed things that you've heard, feel free to donate, or you can purchase a Oracle consultation or any products and services. All of the links are in the description. All right, ta-ta for now. Sweet dreams.